evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. And welcome to Game Night Season 14, Episode 3, where it is time for the Music Quiz Live. But first of all, a message from our sponsor.
Now that the rampant beast known as Ant and Dec's Saturday night takeaway has been quelled, I can finally get back to quiz night. Good to be back.
Game Night, but thanks very much, Shadowade, all the same. Thank you for the 35-month subscription. I think it said that. And a message from our sponsor, the Lupine.
Warning. Working pair of speakers strongly required to play the music quiz live.
Very much so. 37 months from Shadowmane. Thank you for the 45 months there, Lupine. Very grateful to you. Anyway, it's Music Quiz Live. Code and QR code are on the screen. I've actually updated the app, but not pushed the update yet. But fortunately, you don't need it for this game, which is a relief. But do come and join for the Music Quiz Live. Congratulations to Clive, our hacker champion, taking the hacker crown right there. And thank you very much to Ralph for providing us with that trivia as well. Good evening to everybody. Hello, Samster and Prugs, Mark, Colo, G-Isons, Ardenfets, David, Nata, Lupine, Jogging, Zeus, Shapes, Colin, Silver Electron, Pyro Pygmy, Stimson's Angle. I'll put a pin in there as we take a message from our sponsor, G-Isons.
This just in. Ben secretly has a thing for Avril. Film at 11.
Thank you for the 40-month subscription there, G. I quite like Avril Lavigne. Yeah, I don't mind her. It's I didn't write that pack though, where the Avril complete coincidence that Avril Lavigne came on in the car, and then yeah, that's just a coincidence that it was in the pack as well. But thank you for the 40 months, most grateful. Good evening, Nicky Grandma, Maxio, Toot, It's Sotley, Lottibus, AB Me, Rotter Rapunzel, and Topper, and a message from our sponsor, Stimson's Angle.
Play us a song, You're the Piano Man.
All in good time, Stimson's Angle. Thank you very much for the 18-month subscription there. Double babies at that point, year and a half. That is tremendous support. Thank you very much indeed. Good evening, Anasep and Tyson, Connors, Cliver Legend, Shadowmane, Incoherent 9, Apodo, BC, Brig, Tadaru, Lewis, Fluffy Bunny, Silent Marine, and anyone else who is lurking, loitering, and lingering in the chat. You are most welcome to be here. Thank you so much for joining. What do you want? 0.5.3. Latest is 0.6.1. But I have a feeling that was mainly for Cryptex. I don't think there's anything new in this that will break Silent Marine and 0.5.3. 0.5.3 should be fine for this one. However, if it does break, you were warned, is all I can say. Message from our sponsor, Tipster. No message. Okay, no message from our sponsor, but a word from our sponsor, Tipster, subbing for 9 months there. And Twitch Prime Baby. Thank you very much, Tipster, for the support. Hope you're keeping well, my dude. And a message from our sponsor, It's Sotley. Goodness me, there's a lot tonight.
Word of warning. If you've never experienced Ben with a piano, expect interludes.
It's a whole quiz built up of interludes at Sotley. That's the whole jam of it. Thank you for the 41-month subscription there, my dude. Most grateful to you. Silent Marine, it should be fine, but if it doesn't, the host is not responsible, is what I'm getting at here. Okay, and Tipster, welcome to the stream. Lots of you here. Lots to get through tonight. The first thing I want to check is, can you hear the piano, and is the level about right? Let's play some music. But first of all, a message from our sponsor, G-Isons. No, G-Isons is gifting a sub to Persephone's Twitch bot. The bots can have ad-free viewing and can actually post rewards. And of course, I will do a reward to celebrate that. Thank you very much for that, G-Isons. And Zanon Kisani, welcome to the stream. Great to see you both here. Let's have music bonus. And hopefully the bot will say the thing. Right. So... 20th Century Foxy, very well spotted, Mark. Yeah, that's an approximation of that. Oh, God. It's not a Rocky Horror. Needs more oranges from the orangery. Louder. You're hearing it loud and clear. I can't tell because Zeus is being mimetic. DMC, Kurt Tukan, welcome to the stream. And I'm going to stop that bonus right there. Big break. I just need to make sure that it's not like distorting. You're hearing it fine, loud and clear. I'm not going to turn it up anymore if it doesn't require turning up anymore. Maybe. Right. So, as people are still joining, there is room for a couple more. Not a huge amount more, has to be said, but there's room for a couple more. This is the Music Quiz Live, which is something I've never done before, and so therefore might break, but I'm hoping it won't because it's relatively simple software. Couple of things. No distortion should be good. Excellent, thank you, Tip. Right. A couple of things. Here's how it's going to work. Later on, we're going to have an AMA, and Mrs. Flush is going to come and join us, and you can ask us all the questions that you've always wanted to know about us. But I will, of course, say more about that in the fullness of time. Tonight, we have got 8 rounds, each with 5 questions in, plus a bonus round of 5 questions, which I'll tell you more about later on. The concept for all of them is exactly the same. I will play something on the piano, and you have to answer the question based on it. I'm not going to lie, most of the questions are some variation on what is this that I'm playing. But make sure you do read the question carefully. In order to combat latency, there is a 10-second delay between me launching the question and the answer box opening. Okay? So once I press launch, it will show you the question, or it might say get ready for the question. It will show you the question on the broadcast. But it won't let you type for the first 10 seconds. All right, that's to try and get everyone on an even playing field. I'm going to move straight to the piano and start playing immediately. So if you've got 5 seconds of latency, you'll have 5 seconds of that screen. Then you'll start hearing me, and then you'll be able to answer. For each question, you will have 30 seconds after that initial 10 seconds is up. So it's a total of 40 seconds that I've got to fill to answer the question. Okay? You'll have 30 seconds with the thing open. The faster you answer, the more points you get. Simple as that. And it is worked out. I think it's basically, it starts at 10 and then the points reduce every 3 seconds. So it's basically sort of Kahoot, danger zone, data leak sort of rules. The faster you answer, the more points you get. Mm-hmm. Or round 2 of red herrings, if you like. Now, I have prepared for this. I've provided all the music. There was nothing to proof on this, but without someone coming around and listening to me play. Half of the fun here, hopefully, is going to be trying to work out what I'm getting at through my terrible piano renditions, which may or may not be that terrible. But you get a single attempt, Silent Marine. That's a very good question. Only one attempt. I can override it, so that there's the usual variations apply, but I can override and the opposite of override, underride, I guess, if there's a false positive that comes through. Yeah, Kahoot to Jazone leak, if you like. But yes, you only get one attempt at each question. Okay? Half the fun is working out from what I'm playing and working out as quick as possible. The bonus round, I will say a little bit more about later on. But the substance of the other 8 rounds should be fairly obvious. And what we're going to do is we're going to go through from the top to the bottom, and then we'll do a bonus at the end. And the bonus is more to put me on the spot than anything. But with the bonus question, I'm going to say it now while I'm doing all the admin at the start. With the bonus question, it will pick a random person and they will suggest something for me to play, for everyone else to identify. I'll stress, it has to be something that is at least vaguely universally recognisable. A, because other people have to answer it, and B, because I have to play it. If I don't know it, or I think it's too niche, then I will throw it out for someone else to suggest a bonus. So don't think of it as a way of just trying to like shill extra points. But yeah, it's just something to put me on the spot, and I'm going to try and play whatever you suggest. I haven't yet made a decision, but I think I have. But if you do get a bonus, you won't be able to answer that question. I will mark you wrong. Okay. On that question, if I can remember where you are. But if play the honours system, and if you do recommend a bonus, if you don't want to, I can send it out to someone else. That's fine as well. So yeah, no obscure Sonic level music. That would be ideal, David. Right, just to give you all an idea of what it's all about, we'll go through one of each round. There's room for a couple more to join as we go, and we're going to start with TV theme tunes. Okay, that one happens to be open already. You fortunately can't see the score here. So, you have got, and the answer's anonymised, I can't see who says what as they come in, but you'll have 10 seconds without being able to type anything. Don't panic. After that, you will be able to type, tell me this theme tune, all right, just to warm up. It's jumping straight in. No more preamble. Here we go. I think the question is going to be, yeah, there's a score on my iPad over here. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Yeah, which show had this banger as its main theme? Here we go. points to that general effect. Okay. Will and Grace. Well done if you got that. My notes just say absolute slap there. Okay, you get the idea? Will and Grace, Will and Grace, Will and Grace, Will and Grace, Will and Grace. So there's quite a few wrong answers coming in there. Lots of cheers, friends, no answers, wish you were here, friends, Eldorado, Top Gear. Nothing is leaping out of me. The Big Bang Theory in there as well. You get the idea? That's Will and Grace. Okay, we resolved that question. We move on. And it reorders the board. Podo and Samster Poo Poo and Toot and Zeus with a nice early lead, or with 9 points apiece. We'll go on to some movie music here. Okay. And this is where it takes a minute because I have to find the next sort of copy in my, which might take, sometimes will take longer than others. This one happens to be on the next page. Okay, a nice easy one for you. Have a listen to this. Green there. Insert your holy king cheer. It's a dinosaur. Yes, it's Jurassic Park by John Williams. Nice easy one to start with there. Which epic film did John Williams write this soundtrack for? And it was Jurassic Park. A couple of ETs. No, ETs. That's ET. Hello, Score Count. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Okay, everyone getting the idea? Right. We're going to classical music next. Toot with the lead. Okay. It's probably one of the harder ones in the classical music category. If I can find the right page. Is it that one? No, is it that one? That looks about right. Okay, 2 acceptable answers on this one. When I find it. Might be ages away. There we go. Right. I'll do my best. Oh, no, that's not it. There we go. That's the one. Right. Have a listen. Because then it gets difficult. Anyone get that? Oh, the first sausage, yeah. Charming piece of music by the Australian composer features the name of another well-known composer in its title. Tell me either the composer in the title or the composer of the piece. That is Handel in the Strand by Percy Grainger. Tricky. Well, that is the hardest. That is the hardest of the... I don't know classical, so I'm just going to say hi to Ben. Thank you, Kazani. That is probably the hardest of the classical music, so don't panic. Let's go on to a musical theatre question. Oh, my goodness gracious me. Where's musical theatre in the grand scheme of things? It'll be after that, presumably. Come on. Okay, here we go. Most of the ones, I think, in fact, all of the ones, I'm fairly sure, in the musical theatre are basically name the show that this piece comes from. Okay? Here we go. think I'll try defying gravity. Yeah, Defying Gravity by Stephen Schwartz. Very good, Ash. Ash in the chat there. Hello, Ash. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Sooty Cat, as well. Ash, grab a universal controller. Come play. This is right in your wheelhouse. You'll have a lovely time. Defying Gravity by Stephen Schwartz, and it was from Wicked. A few people going for... Oh, it's changed around because Stillgirl's come to join. 3 spots left in the game if you want to come play. A few people saying Rent, 1 or 2 Les Mis, Miss Psycho. Interestingly, there's quite a few answers for other questions that are coming up later on, so bear that in mind. But yeah, what was that? Musical theatre. Right, video game music. Okay. To change the synth sound on this. Let's try that, see what happens. Okay. Name the game is basically this one, and I've got no music for this, so here we go. Is it that one? Yes. Can't deal with that. Everyone was going to go right there. It's Super Mario by Koji Kondo. Lost there. Who said Super Mario Brothers there? It's Super Mario Bros, but I think we could probably allow that. Mario Kart. I don't know if it's in Mario Kart. That's a good point. It feels like it probably is, and you've got the word Mario in there, and I did accept Mario on its own, so go on then. I'm feeling generous. You can have that one. Yeah, there we go. That was 110, I think, square lead. But the echo was doing my head in. Cheers, still go. Welcome to the stream. Okay, how much? God, we've only got 1 space left. That's quite scary. Hope it doesn't crash if we go beyond that, but let's resolve that. All of us are getting Mario. Disney music. Oh, God, this one. Okay, this is the hardest of the lot, and I've got no music for it. So see what you think of this one. Tommy Tallarico, but I'll take that jogging. Oh, no, don't want that. Okay, I think I've got this one. Have a listen, and you need to name the film from the piece of music, all right? Here we go. Did you get that one? What a film, I know, right? Still got to use the app. Use the app, please. Don't type it in the public chat. Well done if you got that. It was Basil the Great Mouse Detective. That was the world's greatest criminal mind. New to me this week, that music was done by Henry Mancini, and it starred the marvellous Vincent Price as Professor Rattigan. To Rattigan, to Rattigan. I don't know if it's in the right key. For anyone with perfect pitch, by the way, I have no guarantee I'm doing things in the original key when it comes to this sort of thing. So just be aware. I was going to check the log quickly just to see if there's anything I could condone. It doesn't look like there is. A couple of Beauty and the Beast, Oliver and Company, Aristocats, Rescues Down Under. Well done. If you got that, it was Basil the Great Mouse Detective. I appreciate we can't really see the names, but we can see the names. You can't see the answers, but it's the gesture that counts, right? Okay, game night music. Okay. Identify the game night game from its theme tune. Okay? Ready? Here's the first. Something like that. 10 seconds. My own unique interpretation. Yeah, quite. You think you went the wrong way. It was Data Leak. Well done if you got that. I think that's in the correct key. Few wrong answers coming in there. None of those other. Cue Mr. Aladdin Sir, and Shadow Maidens beating me to it. I've got that in my notes. Cue Mr. Aladdin Sir at that point. Very nice. Well done if you got Data Leak. And one on pop music. Oh, did I copy this down? I'm sure I did. Let's find out. This is because some of these rounds are in a random order and some of them aren't. And this is one of the rounds in a random order. Okay, in each instance, you need to tell me the song, not the artist. Okay? I probably wouldn't have accepted Drip V Top because that's not what it's called anymore. Okay, so you need the name of the song, not the name of the artist. Okay? Here we go. A good stop point. Random key change, and then E flat. I thought you might get that one, Ash. Well done if you got that. It's the 1984 power ballad "You're the Inspiration" by Chicago. Check out the Leonid and Friends epic cover. Nata getting that, Apodo getting that, Anna Set Top, Ash and G. Eisens all getting that. Oh, a couple of interesting wrong. Okay, there's a couple I need to condone here, which means I need to use teeny weeny eye strain vision. Inspiration, yes, I'm going to allow that, and anyone else who said that as well. Oh, it does. It auto marks. That's fun, isn't it? The Inspiration, yes, we'll allow that as well. What am I fighting for? Ever Residence Thorns. How do I live? No, it sounds like the backing of an advert. Those are just the ones, just the three that I needed to condone there. Yeah, they do really good stuff. Thank you to Ash for putting me onto them. Right, first test of me this evening. I'm going to give a bonus question to one of you. You need to you've got 30 seconds to recommend something. So be thinking about something you could recommend to me. And Puzzle Dan, welcome to the stream. Be thinking about something you could recommend to me. And you've got 30 seconds to tell me. If I deem it's not suitable, I will send it back out. But let's have a go. Random player suggests bonus. It's Clive. Okay, so I do know who it's going to be. Clive, suggest me something to play. And type it as the answer would be. Okay, I'll do that. That I can work with. Okay. I'll have to do some auto marking. Here, you can have either the name of the song or the name of the show. No surprises, Clive has given us a musical theatre one. I'll do my best with it, because I haven't got a score, so I'm just sort of busking this. Either the name of the song or the name of the show. Good luck. Here we go. That's not bad. I didn't think that was bad. Right, it's going to mark them all wrong because Clive put "Good Morning Baltimore" from Hairspray, and I said you could have either. Zeus, okay, let's just go through Hairspray. Yes, I said you could have Hairspray. Les Miserables and his orchestra, Hairspray. Good Morning Baltimore. So there's at least one Good Morning Baltimore in that. There it is, I think. Sondheim probably. There's another Good Morning Baltimore. Les Miserables and his orchestra. Hamilton, Carousel, Chicago. Zeus, sorry, not Zeus. Clive, did you abstain? It looks like you did, because I didn't have any correct answers come through. So that's very, very sporting of you there, Clive. I appreciate you doing that and me having to not unmark you. Okay, so there we go. I think that's everyone, unless anyone's caught anything else. That's the first bonus. Oh, the hairspray as well. Good spot tip stuff. Let me see if I can see it. I wanted more space for stuff. There it is. Hairsparry. Ow, and a hairspray. There's 2 I missed. Good thing I double checked. Right, now I'm happy. Let's resolve that question. And that's one of the category, and that is the Music Quiz Live. Okay, so that's it. That's the substance of the quiz. The idea is to get through, 5 from each round. I mean, how long did that take? 15 minutes? So another 4 to go. So probably another hour. If people are getting bored with it towards the end, then I might say, we'll do something else. But we'll move on to the AMA. But I'm having a good time. As long as you're having a good time, that's all good. So I'm going to let someone else pick the next category, and it's going to be Ash. Ash, pick the next category for us. How am I in 3rd place? You're doing well, Shadow. You're doing very well. The power, absolutely. Okay, video games. Oh, okay. We've gone for this one. This is the one in the random order. Let me just find my video game section. That is musical theatre. Is it before or after musical theatre? It's after. So it'll be... that's Disney. Oh, it's before Disney. Oh, that was also Disney. Okay, hang on. Oh, no, that's just an incredibly large volume. That's what I'm after. Right. Name the game. Name the game from this theme that I'm about to play. Done if you got that. A marvellous piece by Christopher Tin, based on the writings of Leonardo da Vinci. This piece is called Sogno di Volare, or The Dream of Flight, from Civ 5, Civilization 5. I'm allowing any form of civilization here, but not a Skyrim or an Elder Scrolls, I'm afraid. Solstice, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy, Civ 6, yes, I'll allow that. Final Fantasy Worms, no answer. Final Fantasy Fallout, Uncharted. Everybody's gone to the Rapture. What remains of Eva? Everyone's just going for the games that they know I like. And that's about all that she wrote on that one. Well done. Good choice there, Ash. Let's have another player select a category. It's Battyman. Battyman, pick a category. Okay, so one of my favourites of the night. TV theme tunes we're going for. Name the show from this theme tune. I'll be impressed if anyone gets this. But see what you think. It's WandaVision. No one got that. Oh, specifically WandaVision episode 5 is making it up as we go along. It had it at the beginning. If I put vocals on it, because it's got that, which is the thing that permeates throughout. And at the end, you've got changes kitty. We got love, baby. We got WandaVision. Yeah, the Wanda leitmotif. Yeah. Did anyone even get close? General Hospital, Cheers, Friends, Wild at Heart, Moonlighting, Wild at Heart, Grange Hill, ER, Great Smoke. No one even close to that one. And it's such a slap. It's such a slap. Anyway, there we go. Let's have another category. I'll do 4. Try not to repeat any, just so we keep it nice and even. Brig, pick a category for us. Game night music. Oh, God. Okay. This one, I've literally just written a sentence about this one. I don't know if that's going to be a clue or not. I need to switch to strings as well. I'm sure I can remember it, he says with confidence. Knowing full well that if he can't remember it, he's going to ruin it for everybody. So, just double check that. Just double check. Be on the last page of that. There we go. Yes, okay. Right. See if you can spot this game night theme. It was the Pyramid. Oh, well done if you got that one. Yeah, I thought the difficult thing with that is literally just 2 chords. E flat and G are the only 2 chords in that. And yes, it has been. It's an older theme, sir, but it checks out. Those are the epic trills of the Pyramid in G major. It's sort of G something. Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 chords. That's all you had to go with. Well done, Shadowmane, Apoda, and Ralph. I think the only 3 to get that. A couple coming close. Cryptex is not dissimilar from Cryptex, I have to say. Yes, I've bamboozled quite a few of you on that one. Excellent stuff. Right, one more suggestion, and then I'll go through the rest. So, random player selects category. Where are we going now? 2 Egyptian games, you lost the coin flip. Shadowmane, your turn to pick a category. Movie music. Oh, lovely. I like this one. Okay. That's the second selection. Okay. So you make of this one. I can I from this. I might give it a minute. Because you'll get it from like the first chord. One's Rent. Quite a few people putting it last night. That's Seasons of Love from Rent by Jonathan Larson. Bad Out of Hell, no answer, no answer. Renrit, yes, we'll allow that. Rock of Ages, Hamilton, Les Mis. Miss Saigon, We Will Rock You, no answer. Bohemian Rhapsody, no hair, no answer, hair, and Moulin Rouge. Rent is what we wanted there. Well done. A modern retelling of Puccini's La Boheme, as many musicals end up being modern retellings. Hello, Battyman, welcome to the stream. Just clocked you there. Right, more Disney. Okay, I just need to refer to my notes on this one. Again, I'm going to change the instrument just to give you an extra hand. I think 40 works here. Okay. Name the Disney film from this piece of music. I'll do my best with it. Done. If you got that one, Robin Hood. Yeah, it's not in Nottingham. Not in Nottingham. That's like something from you know, a tavern in some RPG. That's probably not unfair. Got that from the year. Yeah, 1973. Giving you all the years as well. But yeah, it's Not in Nottingham. Penned by George Bruns. Starred Peter Ustinov as Prince John. Well done if you got that. Anything in there I need to check? Doesn't look like it. Pick some more obvious ones, please, Ben. Hey, Samster, don't get ratty with me just because you don't know your Disney films. I've picked some perfectly nice obvious ones, and lots of people knew this one. Yeah, you want to give me sass? I'll sass you right back, sir, so I will. Right, one more pop music, and then we'll do another bonus. Don't get rattigan. It is. Robin Hood is a banger of a Disney film, it really is. You need to be older, Samster. Be older. Right, what have we got? Oh, I like this one. Cool. I like all of them. I'm going to say that a lot, but I'm saying that in particular for ones that come up that I really like. Again, you need to name the track, the name of the song, not the artist, okay? Artist won't get you anything. See what you can do with this. So well, I was practicing it in a different key, and then I downloaded a score without actually looking at the score. Yeah, Salisbury Hill by Peter Gabriel. The great Peter Gabriel. This film was used to great effect on a parody trailer of the film The Shining. You never heard it? Oh, you got it on zero. There's probably my bad playing if you got that one late. I'm really sorry. But that's half the fun, right? Ralph Proust, Jogging, Collins, Simpsons Angle, Shape of Music, all getting this one. Nicely done there. Natter, I'm going to call that a typo as phonetically plausible. Solbert Jill. Hill on its own, I don't think I can. And Blueberry Hill, Brigger for Blueberry Hill, I don't think I can take that. But good effort. Right, one more bonus. Who's going to pick me something to play before we check in with the scores? Random player suggests bonus. Right, it has to be something vaguely familiar. Toot, you're in the lead. You get to pick it. I will re-roll it if I don't know it or I think it's too niche. What are you going for, Toot? Okay, I can do that. Yep. You can tell me either the name of the song, and Toot, if you can please abstain on this one. A little handicap for you because you've got the lead. If you can tell me either the name of the song or the film it featured in very prominently. Okay, here we go. Oh, fuck. Thank you for that suggestion too. As Time Goes By from Casablanca. So obviously it won't mark it automatically correct, but I can now go through. Casablanca was the film, and As Time Goes By was the song. Anything else? A Kiss Is Just a Kiss. I can't allow that. Well, gee, that was Toot. La La Meet Me in St. Louis. Good guess, not one. Time Goes By. That I will allow. No answer. Not Too Many from Major. No answer. No answer. No answer. Casablanca 2 S's. Yes, that's fine. Dream a Little Dream. Toy Story. And something very... I'm not going to take advantage of shape. Very good. Lovely suggestion for a bonus there, too. Thank you very much. Let's resolve that question. Oh, and you've given Apodo the lead. That's the end of the second pass. Whew. Okay, how's everyone doing? Everyone having a good time? I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're not having a bad time. So, this is a bit of an experiment. I was never quite sure if this was going to go down 100% because it's something very different, and it's obviously it's a little bit more focused on me with the piano and play the sting. Yes, I quite like the play the sting button there. I'll do it again. There we go. I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time, Fets. But yeah, I like a good randomising leaderboard. Missed the piano and this guitar code. I was going to get a ukulele, wasn't I? I could possibly still go and get one. But yeah, I'm hoping you're having a good time. That's sort of the main thing, because I know it's very different and it sort of splits the room. But say, numbers, there's plenty of you here and it looks like we're having a good time. Say, you've almost filled my lobby, which is nice. No, it doesn't. I did consider it, Briggs, but I've decided against it. Okay, let's go through in backwards order this time. I'll come back to bonuses later on, starting with pop music. Oh, my goodness gracious me. We just had a pop music. We're about to have another one. See what you make of this. I need the name of the song, not the artist. You start with motivate. You can come join us, Saphira. There's space for one more player if you want to come in. I need the name of the song, not the name of the artist. Here we go. Scales there. Not a cat, Saphira, welcome to the stream. It was Don't Look Back in Anger by the slightly overrated Oasis. Did you jump the gun? Did everyone go for Journey? Don't Stop Believing. I bet you did. Oh no, there's a few Wonderwalls. Imagine. Oh, I went for Imagine. Yes, it's got very similar. That's why you've got to give it a minute. Imagine Champagne Supernova, Oasis, but wrong song. Imagine Angels, another one that starts the same. Don't Stop Believing as well. Hotel California, Imagine Champagne Prods, Wonderwall, My Little Girl. Rain on Me, Stop Crying Your Heart. Oasis, but I can't remember the song. Maybe Wonderwall. Anisep, Sally Can Wait. You're close, but I don't think I can allow it. That's the first line of the chorus. We've got a full lobby. Welcome, Saphira. And Cola going for Oasis, but not the right song. More 90s. That's 90s. That was 90s. Well done if you did get that one. Let's go back up the line into some game night music. Oh, God, this one. Okay. Let me just get my page of notes on this one, which comes in after the Disney page, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's really unhelpful. Okay, I'll do my best with it. See what you can do with it. What is the name of this game night game? Notes of that general effect. Did you work it out? That was Dealer's Den. Dealer's Den. Ralph getting that one. Very well done, Ralph. Google that. Risky Business. Distinction. Big Break Bridge. Distinction deciphered. You don't have a game with this music. Yeah, it wasn't a very good rendition, Clive, but it was Dealer's Den, I promise you. Or was supposed to be. Distinction Music Quiz Night. No, I said that wasn't going to be a thing. Ben, I'm sorry, this isn't one of your games. It was supposed to be. Fun fact, it's also featured on the have a look at our other videos closing splash on the QI YouTube channel. But well done if you got that one. So Ralph managed to get it. that was a tough one. Let's do some Disney music. We'll like this one. We'll like this one a lot. If I can load up the right page. Again, I need the name of the film, not the name of the song, but the name of the film, the Disney film that this song featured in. Have a listen. D sharp. Sorry. I sang that at a concert quite recently, accompanying myself. I know I said I wasn't going to sing tonight. Hunchback of Notre Dame, the German stage version. I've not seen a stage, but Clive, Useless Noisemaker, formerly Useless Noisemaker from here. It's my IRL friend Kira. Her and her husband were in a stage version of it recently down in Portsmouth. It's not Andrew Lloyd, it's Alan Menken, but it does have a certain Andrew Lloyd Webber vibe about it. But yeah, Out There from the Hunchback of Notre Dame. I've got Aladdin's and Herculeses, Mulan's and Herculeses, Pocahontas, Dalmatians, Aladdin's, Dumbo, and nothing else that could be condoned as correct there. But yeah, take what back? Oh, the Andrew Lloyd Webber bit. I'm not a great lover of Andrew Lloyd Webber, I have to say. Let's do some video game music. Okay, see what you think of this one. In a different section of the thing for reasons that will become abundantly clear in a minute. Right, name the game, here we go. Well done if you got that one. Requires one of those with it. Yeah, it's the Untitled Goose Game. It's a bit of a sneaky one because it's used in the opening level of Untitled Goose Game, but it's actually from Debussy's first book of Preludes. In this case, it's number 12. It's Minstrels from his first book of Preludes. But yeah, it's that Sneaky Goose. Debussy, yes, Claude Debussy. No other wrong answers that I can condone in there, unfortunately. Bad luck, but well done if you did get that one. Some more musical theatre for all of you all. Oh, okay. Again, naming the show. That'll be this simply enormous one here, won't it? If you'd like, please don't crash iPad. I could really rather you didn't do that. This ought to be interesting. Let's see if this works. What's the show? Name the show. That one. Freely flows the blood of those who moralize. Sweeney Todd. It's very difficult to do because it's not really written for piano. It's written for orchestra and then vocals. So trying to put all the orchestral parts onto the piano and then do the vocals as well didn't really work. Les Miserables and his orchestra, Miss Saigon, Les Miserables, The Mousetrap, Les Miserables, Phantom, Bugsy Malone, Les Miserables, Doctor Who. Interesting guess, but not the one. Shrek, Godspell, Joseph, Phantom, Hook, Les Miserables, Hamilton, Phantom, Wicked, Phantom, Miss Saigon, House, West Side Story, and Chicago. No, I'm afraid not. Classical music for you all next. Okay. Again, I'm after the composer. Have a listen to this. Was the Moonlight Sonata by Beethoven. Lovely piece of music, so it is. Yes, the Sonata Quasi Una Fantasia, colloquially better known as... I can do that with a Bill Bailey version. It would be that with it, wouldn't it? Yeah, well done if you got that. A couple of Chopin's, Debussy, Jeff Smith, Verdi, Handel, Verdi, Chopin, Bach, Einaudi. This one is Beethoven, says Clive. Yes. Yes, you could have that one. This one, that is indeed Beethoven. Well done. Very good. Well done. Most of us getting some points for Beethoven there. Lovely piece of music. Yes. Been looking forward to this one. This is a movie music. I need to go backwards because that's where my movie music. And I need to change up again, just for a moment, and then I'll change back if I can remember. Oh, I love this one. What's the film? Yeah, you got it from the composer in the year. You named the ship. It's what was it? Titanic. James Horner for which 1997 blockbuster. A little extra help because you given the year there. That's Titanic. Fun fact: we had to study this at A level, and so I know this score remarkably well. To the point where I know that later on, where you get this, where you get all this business. And then this bit. This is my favourite bit. Well, the fact it's in 5/4. That was actually written for synthesized choir. So if this sounds very much like the original, it's probably because this is probably not a dissimilar sample from what was used for the original. It's called Take Her to See Mr. Murdoch. It's when he's just gotten on the boat and it's set out. It's the I'm the King of the World scene. I'm the King of the World. Where the captain's floating because 20-year-old CGI is 20 years old. God, nearly 30-year-old CGI is 30 years old. At sea level. Behave, David. No. 112 years, I guess it would have been. Yes, because it's April time. Anyway. Before Rose draws his willy. Yeah, anyway, love the film Titanic. Well done if you got some points there. Avatar, Armageddon, Top Gun, Chariots of Fire, Close Encounters, Free Willy. What's that? Titanic, but 2 years earlier. Who said that? It was Hundo P. It was 1997. It may have been 98. It wasn't 99 though. Let's have a look. Titanic. Yeah, 1997. Don't know what you're on about. Don't know what you're on about. I should dock you for being clever, Apodo. But I'm not going to do that because I'm a nice guy. Right, another TV theme sheet. Oh, yeah. It's a good round. This has been a great round. There's some bangers in this round. And this one's no exception. My advice might be, if you're 100%, then go for it. If you're not 100%, maybe wait just a minute and see what happens with it, all right? Have a listen to this. Got ya! No, I got some of you. Yeah, Julia's. It is a brilliant piece. That was actually Peggy's theme, which was an adaptation of Julia's theme that's used for the emotional ending. No drums, get out! Got it right, so I scored 2. Oh, bad luck, Lou, fine. But in the original Julia's theme, because Peggy's theme has that. And then it goes. And then it does the. And it does it sort of acoustically, whereas Julia's theme, it sort of changes key at the end. Something like that. That's completely the wrong modulation, but yeah. Yes, I am! Love a bit of EastEnders. Anyone getting close? WandaVision will not be the answer again, I promise you. Friends, cheers. Emmerdale, cheers. WandaVision, Golden Girls, Neighbours. Nat, EastEnders, Julia's theme, giving me full thing there, full answer there. Yes, Julia's theme, specifically EastEnders. Just the show, though, is enough. Right, and it's time for another bonus. So who is going to tell me something to play? Remember, DMC, keep it in the common parlance. And whatever you type, that becomes the answer. So bear that in mind. Oh, that's a lovely wine. I'm afraid I can't do that one. I could do something else, but that's also not by them. So I'm going to have to throw it out to someone else. Sorry, DMC. Thanks for the suggestion. Let's try David Stravdy. Give us something to play. I'm vaguely familiar with that DMC, but not well enough that I would want to play it without at least listening to it again first. Yeah, David's going to do something Sonic-y. What are we going for, David? Okay, yeah. You can have the points for either the song or the artist. David, be a good sport and don't answer this one yourself. Why is it saying no question loaded? Oh, shit, I know why. Right, I'm going with David's suggestion. So, David, please don't be a good sport. I remember... Okay, found a bug in the game. There's a bug in the game because if I send a bonus out and then someone suggests it and then I send another bonus out, it undoes the question as live. So I'm just wondering... Oh no, that's fine. It has loaded it back in, so that's fine. So I don't need to send it out again. Bug crisis averted. You can have a point or get the points for either the name of the song or the artist. Either song or artist. You can give me both, you won't get any more, but it's probably easier just give me one or the other. Okay, and David's going to be a good sport and not answer. Here we go. The summer of 69. Great tune, David. Great suggestion. Thank you very much. Yeah, what a banger that is. It's Bryan Adams. It's not Bon Jovi. So if you said Bon Jovi, you're not going to get any points. Summer of 69. Tip said Bryan Adams. There's a Bryan Adams there. Living on a Prayer. Not Days of My Life. It's Summer of 69. Elton John, Green Day. Adams, yes, you can have a point for Adams. No answer. Lose Somebody, Tina Turner. It did sound a little Lose Somebody in places, I grant you. Bryan Adams with an I. Best Days of... It's called Summer of 69. I can't take Best Days of Our Lives. Fireflies, no answer. Lemmings, Bon Jovi. Is This the Way I Get Up? Summer of 69. Hee hee. Yes, that works. I Get Up. That's... where's everything gone? That was a slightly scary moment. I must have gone to show desktop or something. I Get Up is... I need a synth sound for this. Not that one. For God's sake. That's I Get Up. That's Van Halen. That's Jump by Van Halen. Anyway, well done if you got that, and thank you for the suggestion, David. Let's resolve that question and play the sting because it's the end of the round. How are we all doing? We've got 2 of each to go. And I might bookmark the in-betweens with the bonus. So we'll do a bonus at the end of this round and at the start of the next. Tood's got the lead with 118. 118 got your number. Apodo's... I did expect Apodo to do quite well. He and I have had quite a few conversations on the subject of music and other styles, so it's nice to see he's up there with 111. Zeus in third with 104. Proogs has got 100. Ralph has also got 100. Tip on 95. Natter and The Shape of Music are on 94. And the rest of the scores going down from there. You get 3 pennies, I think, for every point you end up with, so lots up for grabs. No medals, it's just for bragging rights. Yeah, it's all good. I need to go get another drink. So since we've been going for about an hour, I'm going to take this opportunity just to play some... I don't want to play ads, but I don't want to catch people out if they're joining. So we'll stay here, and I'm going to get a recommendation for you for categories next. So go get a drink. We'll be 2 minutes. I won't play any ads, but I'll be right back, and we'll do the final 16 or so questions when I come back in about a minute's time. Stay there. Don't touch that dial and all that. We'll be right back. We're 3/5 of the way through. Okay. So we'll probably another 20.
Having a shower later.
To what? Maybe. Okay, tell me about it in a sec. Quite possibly, though. Sorry, my wife and I having a shout at each other. Okay, right, time for you guys to select some categories, I think. It's academic, really, because we're going to get through them all. Brig, time to pick another category. Where are we starting this pass, Brig? Pick another category. Pop music. Oh, okay. Now, this is an interesting one because you've got a choice of 2 answers for this one. Again, I'm after the name of the song, not the artist. But yeah, see what you can do with this. There are options here. See what you think. The name of this song. Most iconic riffs ever for the piano. It's The Way It Is, or That's Just the Way It Is. Originally by Bruce Hornsby and the Range. I did accept Changes, because it was later covered by Tupac in his song Changes, and I did allow either. But yeah, instantly recognisable theme, originally Bruce Hornsby and the Range. But yeah, Changes or The Way It Is, both absolutely fine. Let's just check to see if there's anything I need to condone. Looks like there might be... yeah, Ash has gone for That's Just the Way It Is. That's the way it is. I will allow. Oh god. That's just the way. That's just the way it goes. Go on, close enough. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. Just the way it is. The lobby theme from Ace Attorney. No. Billy Joel something, also not a correct answer. I think I've caught everyone who could be validated there. So well done if you got that. Let's resolve that question. And let's have another random player select category. Batty Man. Again, it's picking the same people. Your browser's not getting back on. Thanks for letting me know, Saphira. Try joining in between questions, maybe? If you give your browser a refresh, then give it a go, it should just bring you back in. Oh, okay. It's video game music. I don't think I've got a score for this one. So, what is the game? Have a listen. This one, Salmon. Yeah, that's Green Hill Zone from Sonic the Hedgehog, unmistakably Sonic the Hedgehog, by Masato Nakamura. So, hang on. Oh yeah, it's all that business. It's surprisingly difficult to do that with the left hand when you've got... It's all against each other. Rhythmically, it's all against each other. Surprisingly difficult. Trivia Murder Party, Mario Kart, Mob Madness, No Answer, Zelda, Banjo-Kazooie, some Sonic game, you go on, you can have that, some Sonic game, Brain Training and No Answer. Who said some Sonic game? That person, yeah, you can have that, Saphira, refresh the browser and then rejoin, and it should just bring you back in. Get the throbber. Oh, the roundy thing. Ooh. That's very strange. It should bring you back in. Don't know. is the answer on that one. I'm assuming you mean the roundy middle thing. Throbber. Yeah, James O'Brien once used that word, but in a slightly different context. Okay, another category to be selected. All I can suggest is closing that window and opening a different one, and it should remember who you are. It should do. If you're joining with the same Twitch account. So close that window and if that's still not working. Yeah, incognito may work as well. You might have to reauthorize. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what's gone on there. That tends to happen if I'm in recovery mode, and I'm not in recovery mode. So try a different browser. Right. Connors! I can only ever say that like Flage does. Connors! Dude, pick a category. That's my Flage impression. Don't tell him I did. Well, you can tell him I did that. Musical theatre. Lovely stuff. Oh, here's one where I'm fairly sure I have seen the answer. Someone has suggested something that was... Someone has suggested this as the answer at some point, if I can just find my score. And again, I'm after the name of the show. Oh, and I need to use my... my sexy, cool Galaxy EP for this. Have a listen. What's the show? I may sing. In a place that won't let us feel. In a life where nothing seems real. I have found you. I have found you. In a world that's moving too fast. In a world where nothing can last. I will hold you. Oh, sorry about that, Saphira. There's obviously a larger bug going on somewhere. I will look into it. Wondering if you got that. Miss Saigon. I was going to say hi to Ben again. He is playing very well and handsome too. Oh, thank you, Cassandra. That's very kind of you to say that. Les Miserables, Hamilton, Starlight Express, Les Mis, Phantom, Billy Joel, some Sonic music, not some Sonic musical that time topper. I prefer Hit Cycle. Finally, it's the answer. Yeah, Phantom of the Opera, West Side Story. It's Miss Saigon. Famous for its solo saxophone chorus, this enchanting piece features in which musical? It's Miss Saigon, which is, again, it's a Last Night of the World by Claude Michel Schoenberg of Les Miserables and his orchestra fame. Another Puccini adaptation, this time Madame Butterfly. Madame Butterfly is what that's an adaptation of. But well done, Miss Saigon, if you got that. I don't think there's anything else I need to condone there. Let's have somebody else. And oh, hello. Oni. Message from our sponsor, Oni.
38.
38 indeed. Thank you for the 38-month subscription, Oni. I'm afraid the lobby is full, and you can't come and join the music quiz. You can play for bants, for fun, but unfortunately there's no room in the actual game, which I suppose is a nice problem to have, though no less of a problem. Anyway, we're going to move on. We're going to move right along to our next one. And who's going to suggest our category? It's going to be... No, I'm going to have someone other than Brig and Toot, because you've both suggested... And okay, have someone new. Anisep, you've not suggested one yet. I can't, unfortunately, Saphira. It doesn't work like that. Anisep's going for Disney music. Okay, again, name the film. Name the Disney film from the Disney piece. Disney films for Disney people. That's the one I want. Right, here we go. Take a listen. announcing that literally with dinner, literally like 5 minutes before stream started. Yeah, it's You Got a Friend in Me by the fabulous Randy Newman from Pixar's Toy Story, Aladdin, Monsters Inc., Ratatouille. No answer, Goofy Movie, Lady and the Tramp, no answer. Yeah, Toy Story. What a banger that is. I have a friend in me. Well, get this friend out of me. Yeah, I normally play that in E flat. But this score was in C for some reason, so that's, yeah, whatever. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we've had half, so I'm going to give another player a chance to select a category. Silver, one of the ones that we haven't had this round yet, so one of the ones with one left. Sorry, one of the ones with two left, I beg your pardon. Pick a category. So, TV, movie, classical, or game night. Quick! I'll give it someone else. Silver may not still be here. Let's give it someone else. Apodo, pick a category. Aha! Classical music. Lovely stuff. You find my copy of this. Right. Read the question carefully, I implore you. Which Russian composer wrote this piece? Well done if you got that. It's never Tchaikovsky. Yeah, it's from the final movement of the second piano concerto in C minor, Opus 18 by Sergei Rachmaninoff. Hoping Ben's seriously generous. I'll have a look at it, Puzzle Dan. Incidentally, I'm playing that in November. If anybody wants to pop over, I won't apologise mid-performance in November. But yeah, it's the one with the. It's quite fiery. That was a calm moment. Yeah, that's the cool ones. Yeah, number one in the Classic FM Hall of Fame. It's not the same. It's not dissimilar though. I Will Survive is just a diminished seventh. That's I Will Survive. This is a slightly more complex version. It's slightly. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting all. It's all glissando to me. Funnily enough, for that moment in the score, it does say quasi glissando. That's a glissando. For what it's worth. Sorry, you've got me all nerding out now. Let's have a look. What you said? Stravinsky, Prokofiev, Borodin, Stravinsky, Kapustin. No, Kapustin's a. I can't really play on this piano because the latency's too bad, but yeah, Kapustin's a great composer. You should listen to more of him. Zorsky, Stravinsky, Tchaikovsky. I see what you mean, Puzzle Dan. I can see what you're getting at. I can see what you get. Oh, go on, I'll let you have that. Where are you? Where are you at? Yeah, Rachmaninoff. I can see what you mean. Not Tchaikovsky is technically correct. Korskov, Prokofiev, Help, and Korskov all incorrect, unfortunately. Only Owen Dalton, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Right, let's resolve that question. There's only 3 more that we haven't done in this, so we'll start from the bottom and work up. So game night music next. Oh, blimey. Okay. I need to remind myself actually how this goes. Remind myself what key it's in as well. Actually, this might not be the key. This is the key in my mind I know it's in. Ah, damn it. It's at the end of that. Come on. Okay. The G major blues-ish. See what you can do with this. What's the game night piece? something like that. That was awful. But well done, most of you have got that one, though. Oh, bloody hell. Never hit that key before. Is it usually B flat? I might have a bit. I'll put it on a... Yeah, I think it's on a trumpet. Bam, 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 bam. Two different devices. Risky business, risky business. Oh, I should swap them. Over. Google that, risky business. Google that, this or that. Plinko, risky business. Google that, risky business, risky business. No answer. Google that, risky business. No answer. Distinction, no answer. That's a really very astute thought, Tadaro. It could be that the lobby's full. When the lobby gets full, it doesn't let you reconnect. Possibly. Although it should send you a message saying the lobby's full. I should wrap this up then. As quick as possible, because people are being left out. Ralph and Apodo at the top, 146 and 140. Let's go for another movie music. Oh, lovely. Victim of my own pulling, but yeah, too popular. I did think when I put this software together, I thought that would be enough. I think it's 40 straps. I thought that would be enough. It's normally enough. It was enough for the charity stream. Viewers, it wasn't enough for tonight, it turns out. So, but that's a problem I should definitely fix. Right, what's the film? What is the film? As soon as I find the page. There we go. Right. Name the film. Have a listen. Bollocks in hAx0R's original. Ain't nobody got time for the talk. Concerning hobbits, written by the inimitable hAx0R from the Lord of the Rings, accepted Lord of the Rings or Fellowship of the Ring or any variation thereupon. So yes, very well done. Star Wars, Harry Potter, Starlight Express, Neverending Story, unfortunately not the right answer. Lord of the Rings is what we want. WandaVision, yeah, it could have been WandaVision again. Right, one more TV theme tune. I bet it's going to be this one. No, okay, they're saving that one till the very end. And we'll have this one now. This is the first one in the book. So this was the first one I decided this is definitely going in, which means there is a non-zero chance this entire thing came about as a reward because I thought, I really want to play this piece on stream. So see what you think. What is this theme tune for? Is a theme tune that goes harder than it has any right to. Yeah. It's Thomas the Tank Engine. Why did you remember that? Oh, what? Let's look at the wrong answers there. Bullseye. Brig going too early with Bullseye. Yeah, no, I can see where you're getting at, but no. Fluffy Bunny, Thomas the Tank. Yeah, I'll accept that. Thomas Engine, I'll have that as well. Thomas Tank. Yeah, absolutely, we'll take those. Thomas Tank Engine. Take a look. Yeah, it's phonetically plausible. Okay, yeah, Bullseye. Postman Pat going the wrong way. Kirby Enthusiasm. Wallace and Gromit. Kirby Enthusiasm. No. Bollocks. What's the next? How does it go then? Yeah. I was going to put Curb Your Enthusiasm in at one point, and then I completely forgot to edit. Is it though? More harmony in Thomas the Tank Engine. Not having it. Not having it. Well done. That is the end of that one. And time for our last couple of bonuses. So let's have a bonus from Ash. Oh, go on, Ash. Give me something to say. Give me something to play. Has to be something that I'll know. Great, Ben, play the Curb Your Enthusiasm. In before Ash suggests Curb Your Enthusiasm, makes me relearn it. What are we going for, Ash? It's getting... Yeah, standard, that makes sense. Alright, you can only have points for... Yeah, there's only one answer I'll accept on this, okay? Or a variation upon it. I think I got it. Right, have a listen to this. What's this? Key change. It was a Big Brain theme. Great choice there. I'm watching the snooker. We're probably going to go raid into some snooker people later on. I found a couple of Twitch channels that are just broadcasting the snooker. So yeah, no, I will only accept Big Break for that. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. I don't know. Let's take a look. Right, Big Break. It was the Big Break theme. Lives in snooker. Is that you, Ash? Lives in snooker. Well, let's press Big Break. Cause, yeah. Is it called the snooker song? I have a feeling it is called the snooker song by Captain Sensible. Yeah, go on then. It's not Bullseye again. Not Snooker Loop. You can't have that. No answer. Ash the Bash marriage song. What? Marrange song. Flop musicals. I don't know. There's an answer from someone that is Marrange, possibly. Anyway, yeah, you can have some variation on Big Break on the snooker song. Lovely stuff. Right. Okay, Ralph has the lead, Zeus is in second, Apodo's in third, Toot is also in third with 159. And we're going to start with a bonus, and then I'm going to go from the top back down. Oh, it depends what we've got to finish with in pop music. What have we got to finish with in pop music? Because I want to end on a banger. Oh, yeah, okay, that's a banger. Okay, that's just having a look to see what's left. So that is something else. Okay, let's do a bonus first. Okay, bonus. Fetz, give us a bonus. Give me something to play. Be vaguely recognisable, so maybe pick from one of the categories that's already there. I'm afraid I don't know that. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give it to someone else. Silent Marine, give us a bonus. I didn't implement a way to pick people directly, Mark. It's all RNG, which is why we end up with two of the same. Silent Marine, you want to give us a bonus? Well, put it up and I'll tell you. Okay, I'll give it a go. All right. It's a theme. Gotta tell me the show it's the theme for. Here we go. it's the Hive. Oh, it's so the Hive. It's such a good tune. I considered putting that into the game night. So there's a clue. The last one on the game night music won't be the Hive. But yeah, I thought I've got enough there that I can figure that out. The Hive. Well done. You see, yeah, no. No, I just said theme. I thought I'd leave it a bit vague. Abyss, Sherlock, Downton Abbey, Blockbusters, Escape Artist, Series of Unfortunate Events, Britain's Brainiest, Interceptor, Abyss, Millionaire, Guardians of the Galaxy, Doctor Who, Newsnight. It's almost Newsnight, isn't it? But Newsnight's more, oh no, I'm thinking of Question Time. I'll have Paul Farrer on my case if I keep playing. Was it? No, that wasn't Paul Farrer. That was the guys who did Millionaire. The Strackens, I think, did that one. Anyway, sorry, you got me distracted now. Doctor Who Newsnight, Crystal Maze Wednesday, Crystal Maze Blockbuster QI. The Pod. Oh, not quite. It was the Hive. Well done if you got that though. Let's resolve that question, and I'm going to go through, and that's a banger. Okay, we'll go with this one because I think this one's quite tough. We'll get the hard ones out of the way. Okay, it's a movie song, but it's a song rather than a score. So you need to tell me the film that this... No, I tell a lie. What am I on about? Shut up, Ben. It is a score. It is a score, and you need to tell me which film this score comes from. Same basis as I really have the same theme since the 70s. I like the modern one. Right, film, score, tell me what is. There's a full question there. Glad to see some green there. I have a soft spot in my heart for this poorly received adaptation. That's The Man in the Iron Mask, written by Nick Glennie Smith. And the second film tonight starred Leonardo DiCaprio. Well done if you got that. Simpsons Angle, Rapunzel, Tipster, The Shape of Music, all getting The Man in the Iron Mask. There's a few other Leo films coming up here. I'll try and narrow it down a bit for you. But the bit in WALL-E when WALL-E and Eve officially fall in love, so cute. Oh, yes, famous for Leonardo DiCaprio. Well done, you four, getting that one. Okay, so we're out of movie music questions. What have I got left there? Okay, yeah, let's do this one. Okay, classical music. Have a listen to this. Incorrectly named, but popular at weddings. I played it today, in fact, at a wedding. Who wrote this canon? I'm going to have to be quite generous with the spelling on this one. The great thing about this is that it's other pieces as well. More Avril Lavigne. Well, that was Avril Lavigne, wasn't it? My favourite one. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. Poor chorus of every pop song ever, yeah. I have seen the Packer Bell Rants, probably where I got most of those from. Yeah, it's Johann Pachelbel, famously known as Pachelbel's Canon. I'm going to be very generous with this. Pachelbel, 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 Pachelbel. God save the Queen? No. Yeah, it's Pachelbel's Canon, though Ash is about to tell us why it's not actually a canon. Packard Bell, yes, the Packard Bell canon. But it's not a canon. It's not actually a canon, is it, Ash? It's actually, remind me what it is. I've got it in my notes. I'll put you on the spot. I'm just curious if you're familiar. I was going to think of it for the 90s. It would be a Packard Bell. No, a different spelling of cannon. Cannon with an N. Oh, you ever do? Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Sorry to put you on the spot. That was very rude of me. It's actually a ground base. It's called a cannon for reasons that are best known to the annals of history, but it's actually a ground base because the whole piece is that. It's just variations over the top of that. So it's not actually a cannon. No. Pachelbel's cannon, the most famous cannon in the world, is not a cannon. You heard it here first, folks. It's a ground base. So there we go. What fun. Right. Let's take a look. I might save that one for a minute. Okay, nicey. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. Oh, yeah, obviously. I have the feeling I'm finishing with TV theme tunes. But I'm going to do video games next. Oh, God, I've started it. Okay. What's the game? Shit. Let's try that. Goes round in circles. Try that one. So you go round and round in circles until the time's up. It's Tetris, yes. Hirokazu Tanaka. According to my notes here. Not Zelda, I'm afraid. Not Pac-Man, not Final Fantasy. Tetris on the Game Boy Advance. Yes, okay. It is that one there, yes. It's the type of... I don't think I've ever actually played Tetris on the Game Boy, to my eternal shame. Yeah. Owen Dalton, the lobby's full is what's happening there. There should be a message saying the lobby's full, but apparently it doesn't do that because, as you may imagine... I'm not actually able to test getting a full lobby. It's very difficult to replicate 40 people. I could probably do a lobby with fewer people, but yeah, it's getting stuck on the wheel because the lobby's full. So even if it weren't getting stuck on the spinny wheel, you wouldn't be able to get in, I'm afraid, because this has been so popular that I've filled the lobby. Either that or I just need to make more spaces. Well done if you got Tetris there. All right, game night music. Game night music. Right, what's this theme? We'll do it on piano for now. Right. What's the theme? It's a game night theme. Have a listen. I hope everyone will get that one. That's the only one that's by me. That is the Danger Zone 5, evidently. Face Off, Escape Artist, Purge, Face Off. Some long answers that I can't read. Crypto, no, it was Danger Zone. Escape Artist, pick a number or don't. Oh, Ash, Danger Zone, pick a number or don't. That's what that says, I see. Yeah, very good. Pick a number or don't, yeah, that's the... Needed more synth. I'll try it again on... what's it? Oh, that works. That reminds me. Reminds me of that. Anyone know this one? Well done, Colin. That's War of the Worlds. Yeah, even the war. Oh, what a jam that is. Ooh la. Yeah, love that. Pie Pork and Danger Zone for Halloween. Oh god, what have I got on here? this seventh's not in the original, is it? If you remind me nearer the time, I will record it on the pipe organ down at church. I'll do an actual. Tejas, so can I have? Oh yeah, sorry. What did you say, Bruce? Dangers. Let me have a look. Where have you gone? Yes. Of course you can, old chum. Right. We're rapidly running out. So what have I got left to do? That one. I think I'll do that one next. Musical theatre. Name the show from my rendition of it. Okay? If I can find it, it'll be in this collection. Oh, that's video. Was it before or after Disney? Oh no, musical theatre's way back. This is on. On the right page. Oh god, no. There we go. Right. Okay. Name the show from this song. Let's go back to piano for now. There we go. I feel better resolving it. Matilda the musical, Revolting Children by the brilliant Tim Minchin. You know this is called Many Bangers. Yeah, I considered going with the Jack and Jill went up the hill to fetch a pail of water. So they say the subsequent fall was inevitable. They never stood a chance, it was written that way. Innocent victims of their story. Oh, such a great show. If it's only seen the Netflix version, which I thought was really, really good, but I haven't seen it live yet, so I could be forgiven if I'd probably like it even more when I saw it on the stage. Puzzle Down Melinda. L&D wrong way around, but phonetically plausible, you can have that. Avenue Q producers, Day, Dirty Down, Phantom, The Boys, History Boys, Billy Joel, Something Inside, Mamma Mia, and that's all she wrote. Matilda the musical, well done. Right, we're down to our last 1, 2, 3 tracks of the evening. So we've got that one, and that one. I'll go in that one first. Film. Disney film. I need the name of... I need the name of the film. Okay, the name of the film, the Disney film, that this song features in. Have a listen. Jam that is, yeah. No, not Kings and Vagabonds. That's Can You Feel the Love Tonight? It's enough to make kings and vagabonds. From my Elton John thing. Yeah, do you ever know I do an Elton John tribute act? Yeah, I played both Can You Feel the Love and Circle of Life at a wedding quite recently, and people gave claps. But yeah, Lion King. Of course, we couldn't let the moment pass without a little Elton John. In this case, The Circle of Life. Whilst Elton John did the songs, it was Hans Zimmer who wrote the score, and Tim Rice, I believe, who wrote the words. Aladdin, Mulan, Hercules, 101 Dalmatians, Oliver, Pocahontas, Beauty and the Beast, Beauty and the Beast. All wrong. It was The Lion King. Very well done if you got that. And we're down to our last two. So, Apodo's got the lead with 208. The Shape of Music. Who is The Shape of Music? I don't even know. I guess we'll find out. You get pennies at the end. Someone identifies himself. Ralph's in third with 202. Is it Shapes? I suppose it would make sense for it to be Shapes, wouldn't it? But it might not be. I was just asking. Anna Meredith. Okay, fair enough. We're going pop music. All right, pop music for the penultimate, and then we'll finish with the TV theme. Right, again, we're after name of song, okay? Name of song, not artist. Give me the name of the song. Have a listen to this. It's alive on a Mars. Oh, love that. Bohemian Rhapsody, My Way. Bowie was right top, but no, I needed the song. My Way Under the Stars, Elton John, Star. Oh, closer, Starman. Other one. Likewise, Space Oddity, Ash, not that one. Rocket, Starman, Space Oddity, and Rocket Man are all so in the right ballpark, but unfortunately not the ones. Don't know, but I like it. It's the great Bowie pop song. Though, if you find yourself with 5 minutes spare, check out the Rick Wakeman solo piano cover. It's awesome, and kind of what I based that version on before I fucked it up. So, well done. If you got Life on Mars out of that, let's resolve that question. The Shape of Music takes the lead. Ralph moves into second, and Apodo slips to third. We have got one more to get through, and it is this one. God above. Leaving this one till the end. Right. What is this the theme tune for? Have a listen. Here we go. Good luck. Did you get that? I practiced that one. I really practiced that one because that is an absolute jam. And it's just Data League all over again. Yeah, Mr. Aladdin, sir. You couldn't unhear Putting on the Wrist. It was Fairly Odd Parents. Oh, Fairly Odd Parents. Let's take a look. Cat Dog. You can have that. The Fairly Odd Parents. The Fairly Odd Parents. Oh, there's a few. Maybe it was known as a different name elsewhere. I thought it was just Fairly Odd Parents, but The Fairly Odd Parents is Timmy is an average kid. The Music Quiz Live, just Data League written large. It is a bit, isn't it? The Fairly Odd Parents, Pinky and the Brain, The Fairly Odd Parents, Pink Panther, Aladdin, Danger Mouse, South Park, Simpsons, Top Cat. I think that's everything. So let's resolve that final question. And check out our final scores. In third place with 208, it's Apodo. In second with 211, it's Ralph. But the winner of the Music Quiz Live with 217 is The Shape of Music. GG's, everyone. GG's. 3 pennies for every point you've got. Thank you, Brick. Who is The Shape? We'll never know. We'll never know. Oh, God, I'm knackered. I'm bloody knackered after all that. I have to say, I haven't done on a quiz. Yeah, top marks. I have to say, this was a reward for you guys. It was one of the things that we said we were going to do if we hit a certain milestone, because the £1,500 milestone. So you are to be thanked for raising as much money as you did for Calm. I've got a special little video to share with you after the credits are done as well. So do stick around for that. And then, of course, we've got the AMA with Mrs. Flush. Probably keep it to an hour because it's already about 10:30. Yeah, so you've got a special thanks, a very special thanks in the credits for this. So you made it possible, and it's been really fun just knocking the stuff together and getting some stuff. I hope you've had fun. I know it's something a bit different, and it's not what we're used to. Next week, business will resume as usual. But I hope you've had fun with it. Something a bit different, and I'm glad the software didn't break mostly. Is it Rain and Men? There's Rain and Men. When it was announced, it was incredible. Oh, was he? So it certainly has got it in the. He had money on you, Shapes. I'd love that to become a regular feature. I could possibly do a more limited version of it, but yeah, the software's there now, so I guess why not? Back to this thing again. Right, have some credits and then a very special music video, and I'm gonna get Mrs. Flush. Megs, we're just about done, so we're gonna play the video. And then we'll go into the AMA, okay? The video. Do you want to come up and watch the video? If Megs wants to come and watch the video. Yeah, so I've made a little video. I'm not playing it yet, calm. I've made a little video. And, oh, by the way, AMA, there is a new reward, micro penny reward at the bottom of chat. It's only 1 penny to ask me anything. And you can ask me up to, I think I put it as 5 per person per stream. It might be 3 per person per stream. If I click it, it might actually tell me. I think I actually killed your dog today. By the way. Oh, has he done very big work? In a pool of spaniel. Oh, hang on. You have to actually ask me something though. Oh shit! Have I set it up wrong? Score! Help! Nata, let me refund that back to you. The program. Yeah. Hang on. Score! Help! Don't redeem them just yet, because at the moment, how do you actually redeem? You've got to put a comment in there. Shit. Yeah, just 1 point, but I'm limited to 5. Okay, let me go into my settings. Hang on. Viewer rewards. Rewards. No. Do you need a top up? Yes. Desperately, please. Okay. Well, why don't I go do that, and you can have a meltdown? No, I'm not melting down. It's all good. Right, edit. How do I add a... You need to say a thing. Oh, Lord. How do I add a... Yes, it should be an Ask Us Anything. Oh, balls. Anyone who knows how to do Twitch really quickly, it's... Obviously, you're meant to redeem it, but you also need to put a question on it. And is there an option on the redemption? Is there? Oh, it's temporarily unavailable. Did someone disable it? Or is that me just breaking things? Oh, you've just paused it. Thank you, mate. Oh, require viewer to enter text. There it is. Okay, I found it. I fixed it. Thank you, Ash. Thank you. Sorted that out. Let's go back to Stream Manager. Oh, let's Stream Manager. There we go. Right. So now, yeah, you should now be able to ask me anything, and they'll come in there. David, that's working. I'm going to refund that to you because that's not a very interesting question. Right, have some credits and then a very special video, and then Mrs. Flush and I will be here live and answering your questions. Thank you for playing the Music Quiz live. Well done to the Shapes of Music, and I'll see you for the AMA. Get your questions in now, and I'll see you for the AMA in just a few minutes' time. All right, Megs is just getting a drink. I promised her that we'd wait for her before I play the video. She's seen it already. I know, Johnny Lithium, what a banging name. Could you bring the bottle up with you when you come up, babe? Please and thank you. Right, get your Ask Me Anythings in. Get your questions in. You're limited to 5 each. It's only 1 micropenny. And I'll probably refund them back to you, or I might keep them. I haven't decided yet. But so yeah, if you can either ask, hang on, let me just go to the large camera a minute. You can either ask me, or you can ask Mrs. Flush, or you can ask both of us. We will assume that it's a question directed at both of us, unless it's very obviously only directed at one of us, or it is, or you specify, I just want X, Y, or Z to answer this question. So, so start those questions coming in. There's 2 that are in so far. You should be able to get a question in using the penny currency, micro penny currency rather, at the bottom, and. Yeah, we're going to play you a little video that Mrs. Flush wants to see, and the Spaniel's come in as well.
Right, that's mine.
That's yours. Do you want to grab your stool?
I don't think it's going to get in here.
Oh, is it really not? Oh, okay, fine. No. Well, we'll just have to take it in turns with the chair then. Right, Mrs. Flush is here. Hello, Dexter is here as well. Hello.
Well, one of your cats has thrown up.
Oh, good.
And he was trying to get to it, and I thought actually that's probably not.
No.
Not
fair enough. Right, do you want to have a listen?
I do.
Because I've heard this far too many times.
No.
Mrs. Flush is here. No, he's not. Dexter, fuck off. Right. Okay. Here we go. Yes, there's not enough space for the piano and everything in the office. Special music video just for you guys. Enjoy.
Family fortunes face off, blockbusters and buzz off, Cryptech showdown, Google that too. Countdown and the pyramid, danger zone and the bridge, data leak, answer trap, that is the question. Stand and hAx0R, Battlefront and bidding war. Number one was fun, but the gauntlet didn't work. Blinko, spacey fall game, risky business set game. Twitch plays word all spontaneous spotlight. We didn't stop with Crossfire, and we're always learning for our penny earnings. We didn't stop with Crossfire, but it's still a highlight if you come to game night. Deal or no deal, money box, out of range, gimbal locks, microphone muted, Unity crashed. Big break, steeplechase, using too much find replace. JSON is corrupted, blue screen of death. Mode hive pod, then just about to start, and then problems with your stream delay. Press refresh and it's okay. Whisperbot, hackbox, dedicated client rocks. Object unassigned, no reference exception. We didn't stop with Crossfire, and we're always learning for our penny earnings. We didn't stop with Crossfire, but it's still a highlight if you come to game night. Inca wins, super weak, BC gets a perfect streak. Samster wins, buzz off twice, Marcus face off champion champs. Lucy Porter, Tom Scott, Ash hits the jackpot. Samaritans fetch a dog, episode 400. Ash the Bash, Topple 1, Strafty and Hut 601, Mrs. Flush, Mini Flush, Maya, and Dex, Nico, Polister and Bricks, Buzzer, Bob and Dargate, Kono and JB and Score. I can't take it anymore. We didn't stop with Crossfire, and we're always learning for our penny earnings. We didn't stop with Crossfire, but it's still a highlight if you come to game night. What up, birds? We don't know. Good evenings to start the show. Park this and park that. Get on with the quiz. Penny hits me with a poor Aussie thinks that I'm a bore. Call the police, royal swore. Win a penny prize draw. Edinburgh, beat the bee. It's never Tchaikovsky. What's the rule code? Let me play. What else do I have to say? We didn't stop with Crossfire, and we're always learning for our penny earnings. We didn't stop with Crossfire, but when midnight's gone, stream will still go on and on and on and on and on and on. We didn't stop with Crossfire, and we're always learning for our penny earnings.
Do you like that? There's a bit of fun, Top of the charts, there is a very high probability that this portion of the stream will get muted as a result. The start of every stream, I don't know about that. Special occasions, maybe. Yeah, we sort of went back and forth on a lot of the lyrics quite a few times. Do you want to sit for a bit?
Yeah, I'll sit for a minute. I could do with sitting for a minute because I've been...
Yeah, we went back and forward on the lyrics quite a bit.
Well, just things kept coming up, and I think, bless you, you'd sort of go, I've just recorded it, how does this sound? And then I'd go, oh, what about... Edinburgh was one.
Yeah, Edinburgh was one.
Is Edinburgh not in here?
And then we tried to make it, because originally it was, it's never Tchaikovsky was the last line. And then we changed it around because I realised both the Fall Out Boy cover and the Billy Joel version had those two lines, I can't take it anymore, which rhymed perfectly nicely with score, and what else do I have to say? So we do own a second chair, Shades. We own many chairs.
We own many, but we can't
the
physically get them in the room because there is a piano in the way.
So yeah, but I'm not really thought.
Otherwise, I would be sitting in a bar stool. So we're just gonna have to.
Is it just not going to happen without?
If you wanna go and get a bar stool, you go get a bar stool.
Okay. Do you want to hold it for a minute and then we'll start the AMA? Mrs. Flush, everybody.
Hi everyone. I hope you're all having a good evening. I'll have a look over here. I can't answer any of the questions.
Okay, yeah, I'll come and do the management of that.
How many kangaroos you can break?
Don't pre-read them.
Sorry.
I am. There might be a pop now.
Okay.
No, there wasn't a pop. Okay. The fucking piano. Okay. What I'm gonna do is bring it this way.
It's high quality stuff as always.
Consummate professional, such that I am. This
is what happens. I come into the room and chaos just seems to occur.
Okay, no, it's literally not going anywhere. Okay, we're not getting anything in here. Until I'm going to have to either squeeze the stool through the door. Right, I'm going to give that a go. I'm going to give it a go.
Did he just say I'm going to squeeze the door through the door? Did he just say that, or am I imagining things? I'm sure I just heard him say I'm going to squeeze the door through the door. I mean, I'll forgive him because he's trying to move the piano around, but he's going to squeeze out his stool. Well, we have a stool. This looks dangerous.
It's not happening. It's simply not happening. Okay, I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to bring the piano down, right? Talk among yourselves.
Squeeze the stool. There we go. You see, I've got headphones on. I can't hear anything.
Right, I'm just going to very quickly take this apart.
Okay.
This is why it can't live in here permanently, by the way.
Yeah. So, very exciting news. He does need a collapsible piano. So, very, very exciting news. In work this week, I have become a qualified fire marshal, which is the highest accolade I think I ever could have had in my life, apart from, all the other stuff that I do. And when I saw the piano in the room with this door, I was like... This is a massive fire hazard.
That was the first reaction.
How are you getting out of here? And he was like, it's fine, I'll just jump out the window. Okay.
Right.
Fire Marshal Megs does have a good... In fact, yeah, this one's been singing Fireman Megs.
You cannot ignore...
My high vis is in the office, David, because that's where I'm at fireman.
Come here.
That's just how he talks to me, during nice time. Bastard, come here.
Get in the bedroom.
Get in there. Oh, he's literally taking it to the bedroom. My goodness.
No.
I do not wear the high-vis when I work from home. I do have high-vis jackets at home, and they all smell of TCP because they lived in my car for a little while, and I have my emergency car box in my car, which has got high-vis jackets and little warning signs and a little first aid kit. And I had some TCP, and the TCP bottle spilled everywhere.
Okay.
So everything in the box just smelled of TCP.
Bear! Come on, boy. Come on!
Right, okay, I apologise to many...
Yeah,
sure, I apologise to many Welsh people, but I sometimes do talk with a Welsh accent. It's terrible, but...
No, you don't. That's literally the first time you've ever done that in your life.
I frequently put on
You
a
keep the
Welsh.
headphones.
I don't want to keep the headphones. I don't like them.
Don't like them.
I don't like them.
Okay, hopefully we've started to get some questions in. 1 to 13 of 13, that's good.
This is the way things should be. Me above you.
Quite. Okay, do you want a bit of background music? Let's put a bit of background music on.
Okay, we might have to go through these questions slowly.
Oh, yeah, no, they're not in a rush, so we're not going to rush through them. Okay, we're starting with... I'm going to caveat again.
With abject chaos.
Not on the desk,
Oh, where can I put my feet?
On the little thing, on the bar, on the
Are
stool.
you kidding me?
If you shuffle slightly over that way, I can move the camera to track you. There we go.
Alright.
Okay.
It's fine. There we go.
General usual disclaimers of if you ask anything that we're not comfortable asking or too personal. I probably won't answer questions about work-specific stuff for very obvious reasons, so I will just refund the points back to you if you do that, or anything that we feel uncomfortable answering, then we just won't. But generally, we're fairly open. So
give a nice, unless we can just go nope.
Yeah, we'll explain why we're not going to answer it if we're not going to answer it. But we're starting with a question from Prugs. Did creating the music quiz break your work contract by creating a new format? To be honest, I didn't really think of it like that because it wasn't really a format. It was the software that I created was a functional means to an end for what was effectively me playing the piano. So I don't know, I can ask my boss next week. So have I broken the rules? I don't feel like any rules were broken because it was effectively going to just be me playing the piano, and this is a bit of software to aid that. It's not really a format in that respect, and that's sort of my feeling on that. Thank you, Prugs. From Silent Marine, does Mrs. Flush have a favourite of your original games? Many Flush is here as well.
Ooh.
Do you have a favourite?
I do have a very soft spot for Danger Zone because I think it was the first original format and I love playing it. And I love writing for it as well. Sort of the original formats, I'm trying to think. I also really like Red Herrings. And again, I love playing Red Herrings, love writing for Red Herrings. And also, I just loved when you did it, running around the flat going, Le Poisson Rouge!
Yeah, when I first implemented it. Yeah, that was a thing for a bit, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah, I think if I had to give an honest answer, stick with the classics, Danger Zone. I love Danger Zone.
Danger, okay.
Love it.
Sort of peaked. As far as my wife's concerned, I peaked with my first. I should have retired there.
No. It's just, it's like an old knackered.
It's not knackered. It's been remade 3 times. It's definitely not knackered.
It's like an old knackered jumper that you just keep coming back to.
Old
again
reliable.
And again and again, and it's just so comfy and cozy and safe, and that's what it is. It's
Silent Marine, thank you for the question. I've refunded you your points. I'm not sure why, but it's only a penny either way. So, is a question from Colin: is Mrs. Flush as interested in quizzes and games as Royal Flush?
That's 2 questions.
No, it's not.
Well, it kind of is. So quizzing, yes. Games, not so much. I think would be a valid way of putting it. So gaming and computer games, things.
Well,
like
I don't
that.
really play much in the way of computer games these days, do I?
No, but you were more into it than I was. But quizzing, definitely, I love quizzing. The problem is I'm terrible at, as anyone who's ever played with me on stream will know, I am awful at them. But I still do it because I love it. But I get rabbit caught in the headlights. Apart from when I'm being tested on packs sometimes, if you're writing them, they'll suddenly start throwing questions at me, and then I can answer them. And then the minute I'm on a stream, it's like, oh.
The pressure of typing it, maybe, or the interface of typing it.
Because
it is a valid point that there is a difference between the mediums that we play on Twitch and the medium of a spoken pub quiz. So, but Mrs. Flush is generally always. It is very hot in here. Are you off to bed?
No, I'm staying.
You're staying for a bit? If you Mini Flush can have some questions as well, if he's happy to answer them. He may or may not be. Possibly, okay. So Megs is generally a very good sounding board for me for when I'm writing questions. Thank you for the question, Colin. Where are the headbands? As I explained on stream, you may or may not have been here, Sam. So they ran out of stock at source, so their warehouse was depleted when I went to order them about a week after the charity stream. I will be honest, I haven't gone back and checked in the last week and a half. They still weren't restocked a week and a half ago. I haven't forgotten. I have got a list open on one of my drives with all the addresses that have been provided for people who won the headbands from the charity stream. They will be following up in the fullness of time. But last I checked, they were out of stock at source. If they continue to be out of stock at source, then I will have to substitute them for something else. But yes, they haven't been forgotten about. Now cut that out. What was what's my favourite OQL question this season? I only played about 3 of them. Probably one that I got right. Which I now can't think of any. There was one a couple of seasons back which I quite enjoyed because it was a big moment for me because I managed to pull from the annals of my, deepest, darkest memories an episode of Tonight with John Oliver, which focused on Subway, and the question was, in which US state do Subway have their headquarters? And it came to me, and I just sort of sat on it for about 10 seconds, and eventually came up with the answer, which I now can't even remember. It's where Elliot is from, in Scrubs. Connecticut. I came up with Connecticut. Yes, David, you beat me to it. Now it just looks like I'm reading the chat. I knew it was where Elliot was from in Scrubs, but yeah, I did pull that answer from those. So that was quite a high moment for. I wouldn't say it was my favourite question. I quite like the question where the answer was Untitled Goose Game. Was it Untitled Goose Game? It was Goat Simulator or something. But yeah. Anyway, that was quite fun. Question from Tipster: what has been your favourite bits of the past 400 plus episodes? Do you want to field this one as well?
I can answer some of this if you've got any favourite moments.
That's really hard to pick a favourite bit or bits from 4.
Edinburgh.
Were you there when Edinburgh actually happened?
Yes, I was. I remember you just going,
first face-off tournament. Oh, that was
great. Actually, that's a good contender for favourite face-off.
The giant raid that happened when I was there, when I was sitting.
Oh, the giant raid. We've had quite a few giant raids. When you were up here.
Yeah.
When was it
doing KTV stuff?
Yeah, we did have a big raid. We've had a few big raids. I think it's difficult to top 450 or 430 something viewers when Tom Scott put out a tweet about this channel and then came and had a conversation with me and Lucy Porter and Paul Farrer and Dan Peake. That was a really exciting moment and a sort of like, shit, these are real people. They're real actual honest to God panel celebrities. Yeah. And so that was a big moment. I have loved the face-off tournaments. They've all been very exciting. Face-off finals are always really good value. I've really enjoyed the buzz-off finals as well. Not just because I get to hang out with Samster, who's been in both finals and won both finals, but because I think I really like the format of buzz-off, and so the fun. So basic game tournament finals are quite big. I think if I had to pick one, and it comes back to the same one with Tom Scott and Lucy Porter, the moment you can see, if you go back and watch the VOD of it, the moment Paul Farrer said, how much have you raised so far for Samaritans? And I said, 1,800 and something pound. And he said, well, I'm going to add £1,000 for that total. You can just see my face. I really want it as an emote, if anyone is capable of extracting that from the picture-in-picture. That was a really big moment, a moment I'm very, very proud of. So charity streams are big moments. The tournament finals are big moments. Not to disparage the little moments, the day to day, the week to week game night stuff. Anytime people say nice things about me is a nice moment. And yeah, I will continue to ruminate on that tip and
I
come back
thought
to
of
you.
another quite nice moment
Go on,
we
go
had,
on.
which was when we brought Dexter on screen for the first time. That was a really
Yeah,
sweet
first time
little
Dexter
moment.
came on,
He
Pets
was his
on
tiny,
stream.
Yeah, Pets on stream is always good fun, really nice.
It's always good
really
quality.
nice moment.
It's a really good question. I will continue to think
It's a
about
very
that
good
tip and come
question.
back to you. From Kusani, what usually wins for you, nostalgia or recency bias, and why? That's a deep question. I suppose it depends on the context. I, as probably most people my age, probably a lot of people younger than me, or even older than me, have a thing for nostalgia, which is why when I do a silly music quiz and I put Fairly Odd Parents on, you get a nostalgia kick from, back in the day of when you used to watch that after school. Kusani, can you give us a bit more context to that? A bit more substance to that, because it sort of depends, really. And that you've got a second question there as well. I will come back to that one later on. But if you can clarify that first question, Kusani, and we'll come back to that. Another question from Shadowmane. So, how do you get into quiz shows, quizzing as a whole? How did I get into it? Oh Lord.
Don't know.
Don't know. Would you like to hear a story? So ever since I went to a quiz, in fact, before I started going to quizzes at university, I was happier writing quizzes than I was taking part. That's recently sort of come full circle a little bit. I quite like going to quizzes now because I've done a lot of hosting. But when I was 14, 15 and discovering how Microsoft Excel worked, I did it in the context of doing a pub quiz style thing. So when I was 18, I took over the residency of the pub quiz at my university student union, which is a gig I still have to this day. Oh my God, nearly 20 years later. And it just sort of went from there. I only ever really did that and enjoyed a bit of a quiz, and then it was Ash really who Ash and I became quite friendly and familiar through another server and another game that we played, and then we slightly moved away from that particular server and more into Ash's own and my own, and he did Winning Lines or Wonderwall. It wasn't even Winning Lines, it was just Wonderwall. I thought that's really cool. I want to learn how to do that. And I had a background, because I already had a background in quiz, so to start developing from there. And now this is now my career, which is quite nice. So yeah, it's just always a desire of want. I think it's maybe a musician thing. I like. Since we're doing cards on the table, I guess I like the sound of my own voice a little bit, which is useful as a musician, useful as a front man for this sort of thing. So, yeah, that's probably why I like the sound of my own voice. I like knowledge, and yeah, reading questions out has always been fun. So yeah, about 18 is when I started doing it. Didn't really have context to this question. I like having on the back of my mind because of the answers I get from everyone. It's a chapter in its time, but if you have thoughts for you could simplify topic you like musical TV shows, I guess. Okay, thank you for that question, Shadowmane. Nostalgia or recency bias? What I'm going to do is just move the request down there so I can see them a bit easier. Yeah. In terms of a TV show, I think recency bias probably just trumps it, because I can recognise something as nostalgic and enjoy it. So, like, I will go back and watch every episode of Star Trek Voyager on Netflix. But if someone says, "Have you watched anything good on Netflix recently?" I will suggest check out the Mike Flanagan horror shows, because they're really, really good. And that's a recency thing. So probably in that respect, probably recency bias. How about you?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. I would say that I probably go for nostalgia more, and the reason I say that is because I can watch something that is from our sort of childhood, and as Ben says, go back and kind of watch things that I used to watch, and even though there are things inherently wrong or and sometimes actually more and more you notice very problematic, it's really, it still has that, like I said, that sort of nice comfort blanky feel to it, where you just, it's almost like, oh, I don't care, you know, I'll just gloss over it, and almost, you know, that rose tinted glasses thing. Whereas I'm much more critical when watching new things. It's
compare something like Dumbo with Soul, for example, if you look at the Disney gamut. There's stuff like Dumbo and the Jungle Book, and classic Disney films that are just blatantly racist. And
well, it's not even that. It's just sometimes you get things that you kind of look back and you go, actually, this is badly written, or it's really not that.
Or they're using the same animation.
Yes, recycling. Well,
like 8 or 9 films.
Hey, reuse, recycle. You know. So, but for some reason you just can, some things you just kind of can go, oh no, yeah, but I can still watch this and still enjoy it and go back. Whereas, you know, Dylan and I did Wish recently, and I was being much harsher about the kind of story and the characters and the writing and just like what happens in it. I mean, it could just be that it's dare I say, it's not a particular. But then at the same time, I will watch new things and come away and be like, that was amazing. It was one of the best things I've ever seen. I wish this had been around when I was younger. So I think I probably am more drawn to nostalgia.
Shall we move on to next
yeah,
question?
let's get another question.
Good answer. It's a very deep. We could wax lyrical on that question for ages. It's a good one to have on the sleeve, Cassady. Thank you for that.
That's one that we're probably going to split a bottle of wine over at some point in our lives, I'm sure.
Okay, Cassini, I noticed you've got another couple of questions at the top. We'll come back. I'll keep them stored. We'll come back to them again just to spread out the questions a bit. Question from Oni. How many kangaroos do you reckon you could take on in a fight at once? Assume the kangaroos have the home advantage. I'm going to go out here and say 0, because I think kangaroos are hench and they're much bigger than you'd think. And I couldn't take on someone my own size, never mind a marsupial slightly bigger than me that's designed for jumping.
They've got a really strong kick as well.
So
Dylan, what about you?
How many kangaroos do you reckon
Dylan
you could take
wants to have
on?
a question, so.
If I have a shotgun or something.
If you had a shotgun.
Well,
Just
actually,
if you had a shotgun.
No, just fisticuffs.
Just fisticuffs. How many kangaroos? Not many. More than 0?
If I could jump on one.
Oh, God.
Okay. Well,
Wow.
that escalated quickly. The stream
hang on.
contains descriptions of graphic violence. How many do you reckon you could take on?
None. Have you seen kangaroos? Like,
You know the small ones? No, I could take
a wallaby. You could take on a
A
wallaby.
little wallaby.
Yeah.
But no,
Kick
like
it in the head.
kangaroos.
No,
are
kangaroos
like,
are massive.
Have you seen them? They're huge.
Question from Silent Marine. Flush, which meme is your personal favourite? It's probably Tchaikovsky. It's never Tchaikovsky. I think I can't even remember. It's such a good meme. I can't even remember how it started. All I know is that that rule was broken by Ash in season 4. It's been broken a few times since. I prepared a piece of Tchaikovsky on the iPad for the stream tonight because I swore blind someone is going to suggest anything by Tchaikovsky as a bonus question, and nobody did. That's that. But yeah, without a doubt, Tchaikovsky. Have you got any favourite memes?
Yes, Edinburgh.
Yes, you've said Edinburgh.
And actually, I do like Tchaikovsky as well. No, Edinburgh was my favourite just because of how utterly random it just suddenly came out. Edinburgh, and it was like...
No, but with the question mark, I'd say Edinburgh's got the best fan. I mean, Tchaikovsky appeals to me because of the music thing, but in terms of how the moments in which they started, the Edinburgh just appeared because I remember. Because what it was the old pack of Face Off, and it was just line separated question and answer. And so if you had like an extra line break or something, it would have skipped it over, had a blank or basically it put in an answer when it should have put in a question. But because I put in some code to try and be clever, because I just scraped this out of this data out of a PDF that David had sent me, I'd forced a question mark onto the end of anything that didn't already have one. So this came up Edinburgh, and I was just reading it. Who was it? It was Brig. It was Brig and Ash. I think it was Ash's question at the time, and Brig was also there. May have been Proust, but I forget. I'd have to go watch the footage again. But it was, and I just went. I was reading the question. What medal is awarded to competitors who come third in the Olympics? And Ash said silver. And I went, no, bronze. Edinburgh. Emergency stop. It was a good moment. Yeah,
It was
but
great,
I think for me, it's got to be Tchaikovsky is my favourite. More Kusani questions, which I'm going to stockpile for later. From Topper. Oh, what recommendations do you have for a trip to Iceland? I'm going next week.
It's too cold there.
You've never been. You've not been.
There's a volcano.
It's valid. It's valid. Volcano. Definitely the Blue Lagoon. Definitely. If you can book a Northern Lights trip, book a Northern Lights trip, and go to Three Coats. Remember Three Coats? No, he doesn't remember.
No. I'm thinking. My thinking phase.
So do and if you can get like a trip
That was
to go see
the
the
place you had
geysers
shark.
and-
You had whale
Yes.
and
So
fermented shark. Yeah.
Look up Topper. Look up Three Coats. It's an Icelandic.
Just to
restaurant.
check, are you going to Reykjavik or are you
yeah.
going to Iceland more broadly? You booked Golden Circle, which suggests you're going to Reykjavik.
Yeah, that's.
If you're going to, this applies
Golden
specifically to
Circle.
most people go to Reykjavik when they go to Iceland, but if you're not, this will be a bit mood. You are going to Reykjavik, okay?
Okay, so yeah, Reykjavik. Look up. There's a restaurant in Reykjavik called Three Coats. It's very, very off the kind of beaten track.
Yeah, it's outside the
It's really
city.
outside
Not
of the
miles,
main
but
city
it's a
area.
15-minute walk.
It's not too far to go, but it's proper authentic Icelandic cuisine, and it's where we had like fermented shark
expensive.
and Iceland is
Iceland
expensive.
is all very expensive.
And whale, I think we had.
I had
Puffin.
there was puffin. We had
Yeah,
puffin,
we
whale,
had all of, like,
fermented shark. The
traditional-
fermented shark it sort of tastes a bit like cheese, but
It did taste like salmon. Yeah, it was.
in terms of excursions, we went on an excursion where it's the only time in noted recorded history where I've said I wish we had more time to go and walk.
Yes, yeah, because it was just amazing.
We ended up sleeping on the coaches a lot of the time when they're doing the guided tour, but the geezers tour was really good, which is the golden circle one.
yeah.
Go and see the Northern Lights and keep
Go.
everything crossed that you get a clear night. We got the most amazing display when we were there. It was unbelievable, and the Blue Lagoon is brilliant.
Blue Lagoon's good, and also there was a bar that we went to in Reykjavik. I can't remember the name, but if we look it up, we can.
Yeah, we can probably look it up.
And
It's
that's good, and the guy
we went
who
there
owns
every night.
it is a proper gin snob.
Yeah,
And
he
he's
was
the
well
guy
good.
who got me
I
into
liked
gin.
him.
He is lovely. Guy who owns it. So yeah, there you go.
There's a few things for you. Send me a DM if you want those written down, Topper. But yeah, we can recommend some good stuff. Megs, a question from Itsotley. What did you think when Ben said, "So I'm going to host quiz shows on Twitch"?
He still hasn't ever said that to me, Sotley. So
I think I did.
No, well, it just sort of.
So it started with
It just
Countdown.
sort of organically happened,
Yeah,
didn't it?
yeah,
I think
yeah.
it did. I think it was after. I think Ash started doing the streaming, and then you sort of said, "Oh, this looks quite fun. I'd like a go at this kind of thing." You didn't actually say that. So I don't know. I didn't really think anything. I think Ben's a very multi-talented, multi-interested, if that makes sense, kind of person, and. Being with him as long as I have, I've come to learn that he's not someone who you can tether to one particular interest or hobby, or you just kind of have to let him do what he does. Sorry to talk about your life here.
You do you. That's fine.
And I think all you can ever do is really, as a spouse and partner, is give somebody a safe space to kind of do those things and just kind of and kind of go off. So, Ben, unless it's something dangerous, Ben comes home, and apart from a convertible, is like, I'm going to try this from now on, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. I hope it goes well for you. What can I do to help? And I like to think I give you support.
You do. Megs is incredibly supportive of me, but both from when I first started out and I was doing it around my choir stuff, because I was already out 3 or 4 nights a week running choirs when I was a full-time muso, and then the 2 evenings I had, or 1 evening I had free, I started doing streaming on Saturday. And then I picked up the Tuesday during the pandemic, which sort of replaced one. Well, it went into the slot that one of my choirs was in, and it sort of grew from there. And for me, it was really good to sort of help me get my coding chops up a bit.
Also, dare I say, I think during lockdown, for you, it kind of gave you something to.
Gave me something to do.
It was
really did. Honestly, yeah. The lockdown was a weird, because it went from it was an almost audible clunk as it went from too much work to fit into my diary to no work at all. It was like almost literally overnight,
really
everything stopped.
I remember you texting me. I was at work And I remember you texting me, and you were like, seriously, in the space of, what was it, 24 hours, 72 hours, something like that. It was like, all my work is just suddenly gone.
Yeah.
And I was, because of what I do, I was quite fortunate in a way that my work kept going.
I have a different opinion about that, about how fortunate you were. But I recognise that you were in full-time employment, so it was at least some stable. But yeah, so yeah, hopefully that answers the question. It's Solly. A question from Nata for Ben: if you could bring an old game back, which one would you try to return? Nat, can you clarify, as in on Twitch, or just generally back to public parlance?
It's a nice question.
Because it's slightly different. Because obviously, if I could bring back any game to Twitch, there's obviously certain legal things tied up in that. If I could, well, let's say if I couldn't bring any, I can't really just bring any game back to Twitch because of what I do for my day job now. I can't. It's not quite as easy for me to just say I'd love to bring that back. I at the back of my mind, I always had this idea of quizifying the Crystal Maze somehow, that never quite materialised. The closest it got was the Crystal Dome, which kind of worked as a sort of end of night game, but yeah, it's not really something I spend much thought on these days, on the grounds that I know where it is at the moment. It's not really something that can happen for perfectly legitimate and reasonable reasons. It's the same reason we don't really have any classic formats on game night anymore. It's all original formats, just because it's potentially grey with what I do. But yeah, I looked at the idea of could I quizify the Crystal Maze? Maybe.
I reckon you could.
I probably could if I had enough time and headspace. But yeah. Thank you for the question, Nata. Question for Shapes: what are your predictions for the snooker? I think Ronnie will probably get his 8th. I've been watching, because we're going to go raid into the... Well, probably not, because it's not showing anymore, but I found a snooker channel on Twitch that is broadcasting the snooker, which has just been on in the background as a sort of... Not even on with sound on, just...
It's been lovely to have on.
We put it on with dinner the other couple of nights ago to introduce Dylan to the snooker.
Yeah.
I think Ronnie will probably do his 8th because he's been shooting really well. Although I watched I sort of tangentially watched quite a few of the qualifying games. And there's a lot of players shooting very well. There's a lot of new people who I'm not very familiar with who were shooting incredibly well. Jamie Jones was shooting very well. Joe O'Connor was shooting very well.
He had some shots, actually, Jamie Jones, and it was brutal.
I can't remember if Joe O'Connor got through or did he go out in the end? But it was like 9-8 and then they stopped the coverage and I didn't bother to check it. But
the thing is, it was really funny. So it was quite an awkward shot on the table anyway. And who is it? What was he called?
Neil Robertson.
Neil Robertson was just the frame just froze with him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the stream froze.
The stream froze with the shot of this guy just stood there holding his cue, and somebody just tweeted.
The chat was still going.
Yeah. And somebody just put a thing up going, "Let Neil think," and it was really funny.
Yeah, it was shocked to see Neil Robertson go out, but that was a very, very good qualifier. Judd Trumpers was shooting very well against Hossein Vafai earlier on today. I don't know how that finished. Did he finish 6-2 up or 5-3 up in the end? If Judd Trump doesn't, I'd like to see Ronnie get his 8th. I do like Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Natter has, as in Twitch games.
Yeah, I call that. But yeah, that's. I'd like to see Ronnie win it, but to be honest, there's not many snooker players that I don't like. There's a lot of sports you can watch there with the personalities, and you think I don't like that person. But there aren't many snooker, but they all feel. In fact, the most unlikable of all of them feels like Ronnie O'Sullivan, to be honest. I found out today that Ali Carter is going out with, or was going out with, Stella English off of The Apprentice. There's a fun bit of trivia for you all. Thank you for the question there, Shapes. Topper. This is a very good question. I'm aware I've got 3 Kuseni questions and I'm doing for a repeat Topper question. And we've still got another 18 questions to get through. So let's keep this going. What was the most frustrating game night game to make? Frustrating is a very leading word there. I think I probably got very frustrated early on with things that I felt like this should be really easy, and I'm not getting anywhere with it, and ended up going the wrong way. Classic case in point, something like The Purge, like the chevron arrows on the original. I remember I spent about 2 or 3 days trying to make those work how I wanted them to, and then when I did the remake, it took me about an hour and a half. So that's just a sign of development and growth. The most frustrating game night to make. Can I put a pin in that and come back to you, Topper? I'm going to ruminate on that next time we get a question from Megs. That's a really good question. If you could flesh it out a bit in terms of frustrating, as in, because there's a number of different ways I could go with that question. But so if you've got anything you want to add to that, I really like that question, and let me think about it. Question from DMC. What advice would you give to someone interested in recreating, making their own quiz shows?
That's a really good question.
I mean, the key advice would be to just sort of, it seems trite, but the top advice I could give would just be to go out and just do it. Just try and do something, and see what comes out of it. I suppose it's the challenge comes from it very much depends on what your own skill set is. If you come in as someone who is a keen quiz enthusiast but doesn't have much knowledge in the way of programming or or writing questions or whatever. Is music even playing? I can't hear any music.
I can't hear any music. Stuff
it is.
Plays in my head. But...
It is there, but it's very, very quiet. It's just playing. It's really quiet. I thought there's supposed to be music on. The best advice I could give DMC would just be to go out and try doing something. And if your skill set is... It's too loud. It's too loud now. I'm going to put it back down to very quietly. If your skill set is... lends itself to it, play into your skill set. So if you've got a programming background, try and do something using programming. If you've got a background using Excel or PowerPoint, which I know are both things that people have used to simulate quiz formats, do something in that. If you've got a background in using Unity, or if you've got a passing understanding of how to use Unity, then do it in that way. What I would also say is don't be afraid to ask questions. I've been in communities in the past where asking questions was met with what effectively amounted to jeers, where just like, oh, you should know the answer to this question. Why are you asking us this question?
Dude.
That's a private. That the fact I did an accent there is a private joke for anyone who understands. If you know, you know.
If you know, yeah, very much.
Sorry, Ash. We're
yeah, I'm glad that Ash had the same reaction that I did.
It's effectively where, if in a situation where I've been in community where you ask a question, you are met with jeers and you're made to feel stupid because you don't know the answer to a question. Not always, but enough that it doesn't feel good and it puts you off doing it. Whereas between... I thought you might say it. Whereas the communities that Ash and Topper and I have curated is one that doesn't punish people for not knowing things. And Dev, by extension, with his Hackbox tool, which is really, really useful because it's sort of pick up, plug and play. It takes a little bit of a hurdle to first get into it, but yeah, what I would say is don't be afraid to ask questions and just get in and do something. And if that something is as simple as talking to your local pub person and you go in with literally a printout of some questions, go in with that. But if you're looking into recreating game shows and quiz shows, don't be afraid to ask questions and play to your strengths. I suppose depending what you want to achieve as well. If you want to achieve a full studio experience recreation, then that is that is going to be dependent on your skill set. So at that point, maybe baby steps to achieving something. And again, if you look at my backlog, if you look at my first attempt at Dog Eat Dog, for example, which is all very QB, compared to my most recent studio recreation, which is probably Distinction. Cryptex wasn't really a studio, but if you compare the two,
it looks very pretty.
It looks quite pretty. To be fair, I didn't do most of the studio modelling, but the point stands. Cryptex, I did most of the modelling. Anyway, lovely question. Thank you, DMC. Lewis. Oh, this is one for both of us. What would your mastermind specialist subject be?
Ooh. We're both quiet while we think. This is a really, really good question.
It depends. If I was going on a celebrity edition where you can put a fake specialist subject, or I was going on a real version where you have to put a real specialist subject.
I mean, at the moment it feels like tax and financial planning law, but that's a really boring specialist subject.
If you don't know, you can say pass.
Fire marshal. Being a fire marshal.
Being a fire marshal. Mine would probably be something slightly off the wall. It would either be something really nerdy like the Lord of the Rings and Tolkien's Legendarium, or
Yeah, that's good.
or something. If I was going a little more academic, probably the life and works of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. It depends how pretentious I want to appear and how much I want to win. If I want to win, I will say the TV show Lost, and we'll leave it there. But yeah, or Doctor Who or something. Thanks, Topper. Have a good evening, mate.
No, not
Safe flights.
Tchaikovsky.
Not Tchaikovsky. No, surprisingly little by Tchaikovsky, actually, to the point where I had to download a piece of music specially. Only I'm going to stockpile your question because you've had one already, but I will return to it. Podo, what's your dream lineup for Celebrity Face-Off? I mean, it's easy. It would be easy to cop out and just say The Chasers.
Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's put a team together. How many players are Podo?
Face off, so you get 4.
Well, no, because Face-Off has evolved, and now you can have up to 6. Oh, snap!
Well, screw you.
4 or 6, your choice. Stephen Fry is a good call.
Do they have to be dead or alive? Can we have a combination?
Yeah, do they have to be living?
They have to be living?
Nicolas Cage and John Travolta. Very good.
Oh, very good.
Very
David.
good. Very good.
Very good.
Dead or alive?
Yeah, because that I know someone who I would definitely put on.
I think
the
Stephen
front.
Fry. Dead or alive to keep them real. I was about to say Professor Hannah Fry.
Marilyn Monroe.
But then we have a panel of Frys.
Frighteningly intelligent woman. So I'd definitely,
Monroe.
Yes, very very intelligent woman. Definitely put her on there.
Who would you have on your ideal face-off panel? Alan Turing. I'll put Alan Turing on there. Turing would be good. Yeah, David Frost would have been a good player. And he's someone like who was the president, the president in the Second World War. Was it Roosevelt? Wasn't Roosevelt? Was it?
Yeah,
Was it
ask
Roosevelt?
the Second World War.
It was the Second World War U.S. president, Dylan. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yes, it's FDR.
Thanks, brother. Yeah,
Yeah.
FDR, someone like that. Sort of, very high-level politician from the old.
Leonardo da
days.
Vinci.
Da Vinci. Oh,
Could you imagine?
It'd be tripping by the lights, wouldn't it? So what the fuck is this? In Italian, in Latin, obviously, or Italian.
What is this
As portrayed by John Rhys-Davies, like he is in Star Trek Voyager. Katerina, I will give you a space in my office and build your
I
flying
love the
machine.
fact though that when it opens up to Dead or Alive, we're far happier going for people who are dead rather than people who are living.
However, Oni said Leonardo da Vinci answering questions on Only Fools and Horses would be mental. I'll put the piano away whilst I play Only Fools and Horses.
Them up, you'd
Yeah, in terms of Monday, I mean, it'd be good to have something. Stephen Fry, Ken Jennings, Hannah Fry, and Alan Davis for lols, maybe. It's just QI at that point. No, Stephen Fry, Hannah Fry, Ken Jennings, and probably like a millionaire winner or an
Carrie
egghead
Fisher,
or
I
something.
reckon would have been a good one.
Carrie Fisher.
Yeah, Carrie Fisher. Could have had her.
We're there's a lot of answers there for your
Toxic,
Podo.
yeah.
Hopefully that covers bases. We'll put something together in writing for you in full later on. Question from Shapes. Ben, have you had the opportunity to try explaining Twitch streaming to Victoria Karen Mitchell yet? No, I haven't. I met her once, and she bought it was my first week on the job, and she bought the entire cast and crew a bottle of wine each, which was very nice. And I was outside having a vape, and she walked past with one of the production managers, and I was vaping, and she walked towards me. I said, hi, and she went, hello, and smiled, and that's the only interaction we've had. But she seemed very pleasant. Question from David Strathy. Dream quiz game TV show to appear on, disregarding any work conflicts, obviously. Ooh. What if it's Dream? Gladiators. But I know I'm never realistically going to appear on that show.
Oh, no. Come to the gym. Come meet my PT.
No, I'm not going to meet your personal trainer. My wife's having an affair with her personal trainer.
I'm not having an affair with my personal trainer. I knew you were going to say that. No, he would snap me in two. I mean, just no way.
Wow, okay. PG-13, thank you.
He could literally bring me
He was Gladiator flush.
So he's bend me across his knee. That sounds even worse. Like,
yes, it does.
Literally, if the guy wanted to snap me like a twig, he could. Like he's
moving back to the question, if we could appear on any TV game show, what would it be? I think I say Gladiators, slightly tongue in cheek because I really enjoyed the last series of it. I think Millionaire. A Millionaire really appeals.
Flush.
He's gonna be facing a flush. John Fashion who announcing me. I think Millionaire really appeals. I just love I think it's a fabulous format. I think the set is brilliant. I think the format's terrific.
Also, we like shapes. You know what would happen is that Ben would go out on an injury, and then for some reason, inexplicably, Betty would have to
Bring
take over.
Betty back.
Why did she keep getting brought back?
We weren't great lovers of Betty in this household, I have to say. Either Gladiators, Millionaire, or maybe old school Crystal Maze. I think I'd really enjoy that. And what about you?
Yeah, Tarrant or Clarkson. That's a really good follow-up to that, Millionaire.
Again, that's coming into Cassani's question on recency bias or nostalgia. The nostalgia in me says Tarrant, but Clarkson's really good. He's really, really good. Probably Clarkson on the grounds that you can ask the host, and I think it'd be a useful one to have around.
Right. In terms of for me on that one, I mean, again, I'd love to go on Gladiators, and at the risk of sounding harsh, out of the two of us, I think I've got a
much better chance.
Of
Significantly better chance. Are we out of wine? Did you empty your bottle?
We've got the seahorse one if you want to go get that up. I don't
Yeah,
mind drinking
you answer this question. I'll take this down, and then
but in terms of old school stuff that I used to watch growing up, probably I'd love to go on Weakest Link, with Mrs. Fly. Or you could have us as a pair, David. What you could have is you get Flush for the men's, and then Mrs. Flush for the women's. There you go. I think probably Weakest Link. But I'd love to go up against Stan Robinson, just because she could probably actually make me cry.
It's not your turn. Max, do you want to just shuffle slightly?
Shuffle every day. I'm shuffling.
It's because Dylan no, please don't.
I didn't mean to. I lost my footing. I didn't realise there were wires.
Yeah, there's lots of wires. Dylan, please come out of the chair, because if you want to go get a stool out of the game room, then that's fine as well.
It's cold.
Okay. Right. If you could bring back an old TV quiz game show back to TV, which one and why? Similar question to what we had before there from Fluffy Bunny. Well, it's not entirely the same as Nata's question. Any TV show that you could bring back?
Also, David Strathy, which is exactly why I would love to go on it, because I'm not the smartest person in the room. I make sure I'm never the smartest person in the room.
I'll tell you
I don't have to try very hard at that.
I'll tell you my answer to that, Fluffy Bunny. It's actually quite straightforward. The Murder Game. Does anyone remember the Murder Game? Or did I dream it?
What's the Murder Game?
It was sort of like a crime mystery drama come game show thing. 2002 sounds about right.
It was like...
Oh, that's water. No, let's not put it in there.
By all means, pour wine into it. But... Oh, kind of like one of those days out you go. And...
It was kind of Cluedo. It was sort of the Traitors-ish, but a collective hallucination. Yeah, I loved that show. I thought that show was amazing. And I think that is one that I would love to bring back. But I think The Traitors is probably scratching that particular itch.
I'm going to make him say something whilst I drink a glass of water.
Yes. So that'll be the one, Fluffy Bunny. Probably. Right. There's quite a few questions to get through. I'm going to give it 5 more minutes. And then we're going to stop requests. We're going to come back to Kseni's questions because there's a few that we're hanging on for.
They're awesome.
What's the most questionable thing you have had to look up, and why did you look it up? Okay, so there's, in terms of, I'm just trying to speed things up a bit because I know the night's getting on. In terms of contentious questions, and this is one we could probably do a poll on. Which English king... You might know where this is going, and I need to try and remember the exact syntax of the question. Which English king was the subject of the Guy Fawkes gunpowder plot? Was the substance of the question?
Ooh.
Which English king was the target of the gunpowder plot?
Well,
Which English king would you have on Face Off? Say again, Dylan. It was a James. Now it's interesting, Dylan's. Well.
It would have been second, wouldn't it?
No, here's the thing, and this is where the contention lay. I said which English king was the subject of the gunpowder plot.
The king wasn't the subject of the gunpowder.
And only has got to the heart of the matter. James I, but technically 6th in Scotland. Yeah. Now, I refuse to accept James VI on the grounds that I'd specifically asked for English king. And actually, when I polled other people since, I was told I was actually in the wrong on that one. Now, I didn't have to Google it because I knew something was going to come up. But they specifically put James VI. They didn't put James VI of Scotland, which I might have been inclined to accept. But his full name is William G. Stewart. But yeah, so it was James I of England, but James VI of Scotland. So that was probably the most contentious moment I've had. If we're not including the moment where I was that guy when I was maybe 15 years old and we were doing a quiz. It must have been end of term or something, and we were in a maths class. I was 14, 15 at the time. And there was a question, what is the first Goosebumps book? Chat, do your thing, if you like. What is the first Goosebumps book?
Also, David, yes, but you've got to remember the monarchy line had run out because, the stupid English queen hadn't had any kids. So it was like, we need an heir!
It's Sotley's all over it. Welcome to Dead House. Now, the quizmaster, a.k.a. my maths teacher, said the answer is Welcome to the House of the Dead. And I had put Welcome to Dead House and got it marked wrong. And I said, no, it's Welcome to Dead House. And she said, no, it's Welcome to the House of the Dead. At which point, I got a Goosebumps book out of my bag, because this is before the days of smartphones and Googling stuff, and showed her the other titles that are available and pointed to Welcome to Dead House, and she begrudgingly gave me the point. That's
Welcome
probably my
to
most
the house
contentious
of
moment.
The dead. Now we come of age.
Yeah, by
Welcome
Madness.
To the house of the
But I
dead.
literally had a Goosebumps book with me at the time and brought it out to be that guy. So that's probably the most contentious moment. Last Saturday, question from Oni. Last Saturday, I decided to attempt to eat 40 chicken McNuggets out of complete lack of my own self-respect. Touché. I succeeded, and now I feel I have ascended reality. What's your favourite cheese?
I saw that earlier, and ever since I first saw that question pop up, I've been mentally preparing myself for it. And B, I love it. It's great. It's great. You go first.
I like the idea of cheese more than I like cheese itself. It's a weird thing. We went through a phase where we used to buy cheese from the deli at Tesco, and we'd come with mountains of cheese, and we'd have like brie and cranberry and Stilton and apricot and like 5 different varieties of cheddar and apple smoked beechwood and like so much cheese. And you think, oh, I'm going to love them. I'm going to eat all the cheese. And then they just go in the bin because you just don't eat them unless you've got guests around who specifically have cheese.
Dylan has got his favourite.
What's your favourite cheese?
Cheddar.
Cheddar, okay. Right now, probably mozzarella, because I got a toasty machine for Christmas, and it's really good having some mozzarella with ham in a toasty. So at the moment, probably mozzarella.
Okay, so this is what I've been preparing myself for this one. So the most diverse cheese, and one of the reasons I love it so much, is cheddar. Again, like mozzarella is really nice in a sandwich, and of course any kind of Italian or pasta or anything is amazing. I absolutely love cooking with pecorino. Pecorino is a beautiful cheese. If I were to actually sit and have some, like, it doesn't. It tastes amazing, and you guys have.
It said it smells like vomit.
Okay.
Listen to the words that we're saying.
It does. It tastes nice, but it smells like vomit. Just saying.
And my favourite one to have if I'm gonna just have some cheese to enjoy, it's got to be a Santa Gur. I love Santa Gur. Anyone, I like blue cheeses, so Stilton's, anything like that. But
You've gone to her nerd area here,
Santa
Roni.
Gur is like, oh, it's so good. Anyone who hasn't had it, if you, okay, yeah, good, yeah, no, Santa Gur is
Parmesan is overrated, like the Beatles.
Get out.
Question from Silent... No, it's my office. You get out. Question from Silent Marine. If it weren't for the piano, do you think there's another instrument you would have picked up?
Ukulele.
Honestly, yeah, I think probably the guitar. But here's the thing. I don't quite know how I got to where I am with the piano, because it's not anything that was necessarily runs in the line of the family. It was something I decided I was going to do and was encouraged to but not forced to do. And I sort of got to the point where I'm a fairly competent professional with it. I picked up the ukulele to teach myself to play a few chords back when I was teaching high school, so that I could basically teach the kids how to play.
Right, I'm going to be hard and send you to bed now.
But no, there's no other instrument. I mean, I quite like the idea of being able to play the saxophone and the violin and the cello, but that's because I like the sounds that those instruments make. I mean, Megs is the multi-instrumentalist. I'm a pianist and an organist and a singer, and I'm not a ukulele player, but I can strum a few chords on the ukulele, but I'm not really a multi-instrumentalist, whereas Megs is like 5 or 6 very different instruments.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, what do I play? I play piano. I mean, the thing is, the differences between the two of us as musicians is that Ben's a very, very, very good musician at a single instrument, and I can play several instruments passably well. I mean, I played professionally very, very briefly. So I was a professional recorder player, oboist. I also, I picked up a saxophone and just started blowing down the end of it. I thought, oh, okay, I don't sound awful, although it's not my forte. And yeah, piano, obviously, I can play. I did learn the violin very, very briefly, enough to traumatise the dog. That was, enough. So, yeah.
Silent Marines, who asked a question, Jack of a few, master of none. Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, well,
I think that's a slightly flippant way of describing it, but probably...
I think if I had to say I mastered any of them, that would probably be the recorder and the oboe. Those are the ones I got very, very good at those two. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the thing is, unfortunately, the recorder, and this is my nerd topic, because everyone thinks, oh, God, recorder, I put that up in primary school. But actually, it's a very historic, very ancient instrument to play well. Incredibly difficult to play well, and it's actually got a beautiful sound. And the only thing that happened is it got superseded by the flute. And the reason it got superseded by the flute is because the flute's got a bigger range, whereas recorder you have to keep chopping and changing. They're very limited, but there are so many of them, and I can play all of them, which I'm quite proud to say. I've turned off requests, so we're going to move towards wrapping up. Dylan's going to go to bed. I'm going to go to bed. Yeah,
okay.
You are going to go to bed.
Question from Tipster. Money and travel restrictions, no object. What would be your perfect trip/holiday? Oh.
You can have one more question?
Perfect holiday.
He's getting one more question.
Okay. If your perfect holiday, money is no object, where would you go? What would you do?
You can have one more after this one.
All right, have a thing. Honestly, don't know. It's really hard because I sort of feel like I'm not a great lover of when people put on their profiles and social medias and dating sites and stuff. What do you like? I love traveling. I've never really been that guy. I've been to a few places that I liked. I really liked Iceland. I've been to Australia. I've been to Germany. I went to Australia when I was a couple of years older than you. I've been to France a few times. I've been to Spain a few times. There's nowhere that really grabs me as somewhere I really want to go. So that's a difficult one. I think I'd probably enjoy going to America. This is one place that I've never been. I'd quite like to go to New York if money's no object. Do a couple of weeks in New York, maybe. do a sort of a big city break, you know, taking Broadway and all the sites. Likewise, the other side of America as well, maybe sort of California, Vegas sort of side of things. But yeah, I'm not the best one to ask for that because I'm not particularly imaginative when it comes to travel.
If money were no object and time were no object and everything, unfortunately I'm one of those people who is. I would love to go and see everything. I'd love to do a tour of Africa. I really want to go to visit Asia. I've never been to any countries in Asia, and I really, really want to go. And one of the things I always said I wanted to do once I retired and I was an old widow with my you know, dogs
dead husband.
Yeah, well, sorry, honey. I said what I wanted to do is I wanted to get a motorcycle, and I wanted to start.
Try and keep it to a minute because we're.
I am.
Yeah. Okay.
I wanted to start in Argentina, right at the bottom, and then work my way all the way up, all the way through, right up until I reached the very, very top of America. I really want to do the entire continent of America. But that's
all the way to
pipe dream.
Canada?
Yeah.
Any
Gradually make my
thoughts? Ideal holiday or trip?
Either Cyprus
Cyprus again. Okay.
way- Again, yeah.
or Norway.
No, okay.
Oh, Sweden.
Somewhere
Okay.
Fennoscandia.
We'll think about that now. Right.
We'll bear that in mind.
And
We'll have one more.
You got one more question, didn't you?
Dave, Marcia wants to know if she can borrow Dexter. Literally any time. You'll be rescuing us.
Yeah, yeah. Take him.
Any day.
What is the hard? Okay, so similar to before from Shadowmane, what's the hardest thing when starting out as a quiz game maker? Again, just sort of echoing what we said before. Your own knowledge can get in the way. I know that the idea of what if it fails is a big barrier. I know for a lot of people, what if it goes wrong? And hey, if it goes wrong, it goes wrong. Shit happens. So you know, it's better to try something and fail at it than to not even try. I think is always a good maxim. The biggest barrier is probably your own skill set. Your own knowledge base, but that's no reason not to get into it. As I've said, you can work to the skill set that you have to make something that works. I've often thought with stream stuff, the biggest difficulty is actually building an audience and building enough people who care about it, building enough people who actually want to come and do it. Because I could make the greatest game show ever, and if I've got no audience for that, then it's all for naught. So so I'm incredibly grateful to people who have shared this particular pocket of the internet far and wide, and have invited friends over. I know Brig did a lot of promotion in the early days. I'm rubbish at promotion. So if you're after doing a mass multiplaying quiz game, promotion might be the hardest thing when starting out. But yeah, that would sort of be my answer on that. Thank you for the question, Shadowmane. Let's find a question that Dylan can answer.
That's a great one.
That's a really good one.
That's a
From
really
It's
good one.
Sotley. And Dylan, you can have this one. It's your last one before you get better, right?
Oh.
What's the biggest animal you could beat with a pugil stick? The biggest animal you could beat with a dual pugil stick.
A blue whale.
You could not beat a blue whale with a... Blue whale's like 4 times the length of this house.
All you'd have to do is
Giraffe. You reckon a giraffe? You could be a giraffe
To
with
be
a
fair,
pugil
you
stick.
actually, I'm gonna get technical.
You're going to get to its head. Its head's like
No, you
19 metres up.
could beat a blue whale with a pugil stick because all you'd have to do is just use it to cover over the blowholes. Job's done. Can't do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they also live 60 metres underwater, so you'd be suffering from the... From being dead at the time.
And
on
also,
ground.
like, I'm
Hello,
loving
Dev. Welcome to the
I'm
stream.
loving the klaxons coming in
The
here.
blue whale klaxon. The blue whale klaxon right there. The
No.
biggest animal you could be... It's Sotley, can you clarify, has the animal got a pugil stick as well, and do they know how to use it?
It's a kangaroo. Kangaroo.
Kangaroo. Just to go full circle. You have to beat it to death. You could just whack it once and then you've technically beaten it. The biggest animal I could beat with a pugil stick. I think it's probably an animal that's probably bigger. I reckon I could probably beat a gorilla with a pugil stick. I don't think a gorilla...
I've seen a gorilla.
Yeah, I've seen a gorilla. Yes. Oh, they know how to use it. Okay, if the gorilla knows how to use the pugil stick, I probably wouldn't be able to beat it. A chimp, maybe. I'm gonna scale back down from a gorilla. A chimp.
A rabbit. Just like playing golf.
A hare. I reckon a deer. A deer is probably the biggest animal I could beat because deers are quite big. But they're nervous as fuck, so they just run away. So if you
just run at him.
put me in a cage with a deer,
terrified
deer with this terrified deer with a pugil stick.
I was out for a walk with the dog the other day, and when Dylan was with me, we were out taking Hermione, and there was a couple of deer in the field, so I had to put her on the lead because, okay, I'm not having her chase the wildlife. And Dylan was like, I'm gonna sort this, Mum. It's fine. Can you just recreate what you did because it was fantastic?
I charged at them.
You did. He suddenly just
Charged at the deer.
Yeah, he just suddenly went running and just went. And I was like, okay, why did I put the dog on the lead? Clearly, I had to put the dog.
Love that question, it's Ollie. I'm going with deer.
That was fantastic. Yeah, it was gross. It's okay.
Dave has just said Dylan is a human Fenton. Fenton! Oh, Jesus Christ! Dylan! Dylan! Oh, Jesus Christ!
Amazing! It was like,
That is on point. That is about right. Right, and on that bombshell, Fenton! To bed!
Darling. We love you so much. Go and sleep.
Have a good
darling.
sleep. You need to do your teeth.
You need to clean your teeth, honey.
Teeth would be good. Oh, the spaniel down there. What the fuck is all the noise about?
I did tire. The poor spaniel got tired out today.
Okay, last few questions, and I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Last 9 questions, all right? Let's try and keep this to under a minute each, or a minute or so.
Okay.
First one from Kuseni.
Quick fire round.
What's a useful skill / trait / ability you have that you actually wish you didn't have / need to learn?
I can answer this without going into too
For
much
you
detail.
or for me?
No, for me.
For you.
I know how to skin and gut a rabbit, and I didn't know how to do that, but I do. There you go.
Oh. You got some really good questions, Kuseni. Stop beating it with a pugil stick.
Just to qualify this, I grew up in the countryside on a farm. Like there are certain things I know how to do. Yeah.
There's a couple of different ways I could answer that, and I'm going to come back to that because I want to ruminate on a bit more. We have that top question: the most frustrating game night game to make. I know Top has gone to bed, but the most frustrating game night game to make.
No, Proogs, I couldn't do that. I mean, that would be...
Skin and gut
I think there are a few groups who would have a word with me about that. I mean, that's the kind of thing I could imagine somebody like Jeff Bezos doing, though. Just like, I've got billions, I'm going to do this, you know. Or like the incredibly rare animals dining society from Pirates and an Adventure with Scientists. It's like, this animal's incredibly rare, we're just going to eat it.
Okay, Topper in absentia to answer the question: most frustrating game night game to make. I'm struggling to nail down an actual game right now because they've all got a certain amount of difficulty that comes with them. Very often, one of the difficulties that comes is that difficulties that I haven't anticipated, but my target audience have anticipated, i.e. the suggestions channel. So any game in there where I've gone in thinking, if I go in and do a Prince Andrew and I think, yeah, that went very well, and then I get 500 comments on it.
Okay, I wondered what.
Yeah, you know,
where
I have misread a situation where I have misread the reaction. That can be very difficult, but mainly from a psychological point of view, to the point where I feel like I've got this idea that I want to be like this and that. I think that's often the hardest, when I've got a particular idea about something and the target audience, where there's more than one or two people who think, actually, you're off the mark on that. That needs to be that. So I can't think of any specifics just now, but oftentimes that's the most difficult part, because, and this is again that one of the differences between what I do professionally and what I do here is that when I'm doing something professionally, someone will ask for a particular scope and you provide it, and then they might say, can you do this, that, or the other, and you go, yes, of course. With game night stuff, when I've done original formats here, it's very often I've got an idea for how the format should be. I'm having quite a serious moment here.
Sorry, I've just seen Oni's coming and it's really fun. It's really tickled me.
Yeah, if I've got a particular idea for a format and that's not working, either because people don't like the format fundamentally or because it doesn't work on the medium of Twitch or through the Universal Controller or whatever, that can be frustrating as generalization when there is a clash between how I think it should be as the creator and how the audience, as the ones who are going to consume the product, think it should be. That is probably the most frustrating thing that I get. Thank you for your question and have a good flight. Right. Do you want to take anything from that board?
Keeping it under a minute, Ben. Keeping it under a minute.
Sorry.
Ask me anything. What was that one? Has Megs ever thought of hosting...
From Silent Marine, has Megs ever thought of asking to try guest hosting any of your other games?
Because I have guest.
You've done Danger Zone, haven't you?
Yeah. I mean, if ever Ben says to me, "Do you want to come and guest host this?" I'd give it a go. You know, I'm very up for that kind of thing. It just hasn't come up again since we did Danger Zone and you went skipping past me and I had to go sit down.
I lost to Samster, but I was the only one to get Cruella de Vil. Maybe we should get Mrs. Flush in more often if it's something you'd like to do and something you'd like to see.
If people want me, I will come, you know.
You're much more attractive than me. So.
Oh, stop it.
Here we go.
Stop. You.
It's kind of true. In the style of Big Break and Bullseye, which sport do you reckon would really work in a quiz format? What a lovely question from Oni there. I can't say snooker. That's been taken. And pool is too similar. Tennis.
Golf.
Golf probably would work better than tennis because golf is a dull sport.
Formula One racing.
Tennis is at least an interesting sport to watch in its own right, whereas golf is dull.
The problem is though that golf would probably, if you did something like Crazy Golf or something where it's, because the problem with tennis is that you have to get into a rally, or not, depending on what you're trying to achieve. But if you do, then suddenly you're watching a quiz that is basically a tennis match.
We've got 6 questions left, and 3 of them are Kuseni. So, one of them's a really useful skill trait ability you have that you actually wish you didn't have or need to learn. I'm gonna have to write to you. We did answer that, but I didn't give an answer. I put a pin in it. I need to ruminate on that a bit more.
You said I had to hurry, so I answered in a hurry. I have got other things I could answer this.
I wish. Yeah. I sometimes wish I take this as the statement it is intended as. I sometimes wish I were. Okay, no, I've got to a simpler common denominator. I wish sometimes I weren't quite as pedantic as I am, which I think is Megs is nodding. That opens up a whole can of worms about a whole different myriad of things that I do. I consider it a skill/trait where if someone says less when they mean fewer, I'm almost like a phone auto-correcting them to a fault. I like grammar and correct speech to a fault, and I wish I didn't have that about myself sometimes. It's not a great answer, but it's the first one that's come to mind. There's probably a lot more if I was going to give myself a serious character analysis. Sticking with Kuseni, what's a piece of advice you have given someone that only realised way after the fact was bad advice but so somehow ended up working out anyway. Goodness me, what a roller coaster
Giving
of a question.
directions.
Giving directions.
Take the next left, go right. Take the next left. Oh wait, no, hang on. There's a roundabout at one point.
Giving directions. If you give directions to someone, if someone asks you for directions, they don't listen to anything beyond the first thing you say.
Go that way.
So up to the end of the road and then left. That's one direction. After that, they are not listening to anything else.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you say. And then you find the shuttle up to the moon, back down, and then you want to land just on the other side of Rotten Row.
Best one I ever had was somebody asked me for directions, and I said, okay, so you need to keep going down this road, and then, as he said, and then I went on, and they literally turned around, and I was like, well, hang on, like, I know you were on the right track. Why are you? If you'd have kept going that way, you'd have got to the castle. Like, what are you doing? And it was honestly this like, oh, she's a woman. She clearly doesn't know anything. So we'll just do the opposite of what she just said. But yeah, it's funny that.
Last 4 questions, starting with one for you from a Podo. For Megs, what's the weirdest out of context thing you've heard Ben say while he's streaming?
Oh god, I have a terrible memory. So let me. You find another question. I'm gonna really have to think about that.
Okay, I will take Pruse's. Ben, has your magical hobby been put on the back burner for a while? Do you want to expand or develop that part of your hobby career further in any way, or are you happy with it in your back pocket, as it were? Lovely question, Pruse. I've got this affliction where I'm incapable of having hobbies, because I think, as we've discussed previously, all of my hobbies end up turning into jobs. So magic was a hobby. Oh, now I can do this professionally. And computer programming was a hobby. Oh, now I'm a professional software engineer. Oh, streaming is still a hobby, but it's kind of a self-funding hobby that provides a little bit of smile money. If I weren't paid for it, would I still do it? That's a very interesting question that I've asked myself now.
I can't again. It just all comes back to Edinburgh. Just hearing you suddenly go Edinburgh. No shit. It's
I didn't say shit. I said
No,
Edinburgh.
but it's
Emergency stop.
yeah.
So you're going with Edinburgh.
No,
the weirdest
I'm not,
out of context.
No, I'm not. I want to give that a bit more thought about it.
All right.
Because there have been several times where you'll suddenly just come out with some random thing, and I'm like, what on earth is he on about? And generally when it happens, I just come into the room because I'm just like, what is happening in here? Like, what have I missed? What have I missed? And it's yeah.
Sophia saying, when hobbies turn into jobs, it feels like something magical goes away, at least for me. Yeah, it's a really interesting question of that I've asked myself, would I still stream if there wasn't a source of income at the end of it? The reality is, yes, I think I would, but I think it would be different because the fact that there is a fund means I can do things like the penny prize draw, and I can do things like I can put money towards a charity stream and things like that, which I would otherwise would be I just sound like a dreadful Tory when I say this, but making a loss on. And there's an argument to be made that actually it's perfectly fine to spend money on your hobbies. But because I've always they've always turned into some form of revenue is a bit different. But I mean, I make games because historically when I was developing formats, I did it because I enjoyed the experience of creating stuff. I loved using Unity. I loved putting my own creations out there. And it was lovely having an audience for that and people who appreciated that. So yeah, that's so in terms of my magical hobby, it's still something I do keep in my back pocket, and I meet maybe 15, 20 wedding couples a year through church stuff. Whenever I meet them, I would say I'm also a professional magician. You know, I'll give you a discount if you want me. And I maybe do 2 or 3 gigs a year, but it's always been a hobby. I don't think it's ever something I wanted to do full time. I maybe wanted to do it full time for a couple of months in my very early 20s. But I sort of treat it like streaming now, in that I wouldn't want to do streaming full time if I know quite a few people who are full time streamers, and the amount of work that goes into it, and I think because I'm of certain age now, I recognise I'm not quite as old as you, Prugs, but I'm closer to you than I think a lot of the people who watch. I'm of an age where the reliability and the guarantee of having income from a regular job and stupid grown up things like a pension and stuff are very gratifying. So no, I don't think I would want to do streaming or magic full time, but it's just one of a number of things that I do. And if someone says, do you do magic? Because I did magic at Kira's wedding, didn't I? And I got a gig off the back of that for later in this year.
You did, and you do. We've met some amazing people through Ben's magic.
It takes over, and it's something extra. And if nothing else, it's a good icebreaker when you're meeting new people, or if you're at a party or something. It's a good thing to have. Love to have you do magic as well. Well, put me in touch, Dev, and we'll work something out. I'm sure that'd be good. Hopefully that answers the question.
I think also,
for both
Sophia,
of those.
just on your thing about it loses magic, because I've also done the turning a hobby into a job, and yes, it does lose magic, but you also, I found I also gained quite a lot from it that is applicable to other things and other areas. And that's why when you find something that you really do love just as a hobby, it's so important, I think, to just kind of go, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just you enjoy it, so just enjoy it.
I think one of my biggest problems is because I've been raised in a very conservative, with a capital C, household. To the
point where didn't your parents ban
Yeah, I wasn't old enough to vote. It was 2005 general election. I wasn't old enough to. When was I born? 88. So no, I wasn't old enough to vote. My older brother was, and my dad, I think as a joke. And you got to remember, this is the early days of the internet, when there was one computer and there wasn't broadband. There was one computer with a dial-up connection. We didn't have Wi-Fi. And my dad banned the Labour website from being accessed on the computer. My older brother wanted to vote Labour. And at the time, I sort of thought, that's quite funny. That's a bit of a laugh. And my dad probably intended it as a laugh. But actually, as a parent myself now, and as a grown-up and someone who's got an interest in politics, I think that's really dangerous and actually really undemocratic. So where was I going? Yeah. So as someone who grew up in quite a conservative household, and one of four, in not a starving to death sort of scenario, but we didn't have loads of money growing up, and I do recognise that we're reasonably comfortable now, but we didn't have loads of money growing up, so I've always been taught to appreciate the value of money. So I had a job for a paper round from when I was 12, and was always very, very cautious of my own money. I'd say you're very good with money. I think I'm pretty okay. I mean, Megs is actually in finance professionally. She's in financial services, but it's me that organises the household budget. I'm the one that keeps tabs on money going in, money coming in, and money going out. So it's what I'm getting to is that I've always been slightly careful about money, and because I've been hardwired to be careful about money, I've always slightly had this mentality of, if you're good at something, it's sort of the Joker mentality. If you're good at something, never do it for free, which is sort of something I slightly hang on to. I'm not quite as black and white about it as I would have been maybe 10 years ago. But yeah, I've always had this idea of generate income, and if you can, I do have this philosophy that if your profession, if the way that you earn a living is something you enjoy, that is effectively a hobby, then you will never work a day in your life. I mean, it's trite almost to say it, but there is an element of truth to it. And I reached a point after I left high school teaching where I wasn't doing anything that I didn't actively enjoy doing. I wasn't doing something because I had to. And again, I recognise I've been quite fortunate in many respects. Meeting the right people at the right time. And
Yeah, can I jump in though, just on that when you say that? Because actually, I think there is that is true, and I think a lot of the time you talk to people who sort of go, I've done whatever I love and I've had a lot of luck, but equally, I think you're that kind of character and you're that kind of person. You are able to really drive yourself and motivate yourself to go and do the things that you really want to do and make a success of it, because you're tenacious and you persist and you keep going, and you're very, very good at building contacts and relationships, and you are good at it. And things that skills like that are teachable and are learnable, but there is an authenticity that you have, which is, even if you learn it, it's not an authentic kind of thing. And just one point on who is it? How do I pronounce it? Kuseni. So the thing about hobbies being
hard to do at a wedding.
Hard to do at a wedding.
I've done that.
Like weddings are incredibly lucrative. There's a saying which my dad used to have, and I use this one, and it's actually about horses, but it does apply to a wedding as well, which is like, you can make a ton of money on them as long as you don't have one. So like with horses, you can make a lot of money on horses if you don't actually own the damn things. With weddings, you can make a lot of money with a wedding, just don't have one.
My philosophy on weddings was always, and it was slightly tongue-in-cheek because it was never quite as literal as it sounds, but if you're hiring out for a gig and then you find out that gig is a wedding, you put a 0 on the end. Which
certainly what we found when we were... Yeah.
Which it's not quite as black and white as that, but people do spend a fortune for weddings, and so they don't mind paying. And I've done weddings because I meet a lot of wedding couples through my role at church. I've done more than one wedding in the past where I have been the organist at the ceremony, and then I've done magic at the reception, and then played piano while they are eating, and then I've DJ'd the evening. Most churches do already have a font.
No. He's responding to that.
Yeah, no, I saw font
brilliant.
Designers.
That is fantastic.
So yeah, I've carved out a particular niche market where if you're having a wedding, there is probably something I could do for it, and I could just say, yeah, give me X, and I'll come and do that. And
I think the other thing with weddings as well is that a wedding is kind of one of those events that you always kind of want to go big, and you want to like do something different that you haven't kind of that seen before. And actually sometimes you get couples and it's like, oh great, we can have a magician. The other guys didn't have a magician at their wedding. And
yeah, it becomes if you get into the niche, and this is something you see when you meet a lot of wedding couples, is that you meet people who they're not out loud trying to outdo each other, but in private they're trying to outdo each other. Because we got married. We were quite late in the scheme of certainly my contemporaries at university. We were one of the last. Most of the people I invited from university to our wedding were already married.
We basically got married because you wanted your wedding day.
No, that's not remotely true. But we met relatively late in life.
Yeah,
Relatively late. Like, we've been together 9 years in August, so. You would have been 25 and I would have been 27. I was trying to do the maths.
25 when we met. Yes.
25 and
you
20.
had just...
it was my 27th birthday, actually, wasn't it? The day we met. Yeah. Put us in touch, Dev. We'll make it work.
Yeah.
Anyway, that was sort of a question on hobbies, and it might sort of tie into the final question we're going to have. But before that, last question from Kuseni. You got together pretty much a month ago with the lady. Yeah, it was August 26th, 2015 we met, and our first date was the next day, which is also our wedding anniversary.
And you've just told the internet your security questions, so well done.
I have indeed. Robbed my credit card. I've asked 4 relatively serious questions now, so let's end with the silly question. Rounding to the nearest 5 seconds, what is your estimate for... You reckon how many cats you have touched in your life so far? Touching the same cat multiple times only counts as add 1 to the count, and touching the same cat at different age, e.g. once as a kid and once as a grown-up, also only counts once.
How many pussies have you touched, Ben?
That's where we're going with this. Probably not that many. The nearest 5? I reckon it's
Sorry,
probably...
I wasn't paying attention. My mind just went, how many cats have you touched? And that was it. Like, it just went, what was the question? The amount of time spent touching...
The amount of different cats that you have pet. The number of different cats that you have pet. Touched. So we had a paper round, so I probably touched a few more pussies on my paper round. I'm going to go 50.
Sorry, God. I'm sorry if that's triggering
I reckon
for anyone.
50.
I'm really sorry. It's just I have a terribly, terribly filthy mind.
Evidently.
You've touched... Way more than that, mate, let's be honest.
I reckon 50.
A lot, because I can't help myself. How many have you said?
I reckon about 50.
50. Yeah.
I had two growing up, and then my parents have got one, plus we have 2.
Well, it's not just that. It's
so
our
that's
cats.
5.
It's also the cats that I had growing up, and also my friend's cat had. I've got a brilliant story about my friend's cat. She's called the Battle Cat. So I've handled all of these kittens as well. So she had a litter of kittens with the local Tom who was doing the rounds. She had a litter of 4 kittens, and she went and had them, and then she gave birth to them in like the basement, and then she just disappeared, which is actually quite normal for cats when they're having kittens. They'll kind of have kittens all over the place. They'll do lots of different places, find out where they feel the happiest, and then bring all the kittens to that one place. So it's quite normal for them to go out and disappear. Not this one. Not this one. She had her litter of 4 kittens, and then she buggered off and got pregnant again. I mean, you know, fair play to her. She'd literally just given birth, and she was like, I'm gonna go get laid. But she went out and got pregnant again, and she had another litter of 8 kittens. And I think she was just out in their garden one day with her second litter, and one of the kittens from the first litter was just chilling in the driveway, and suddenly this suddenly this dog ran into the driveway, and she leapt into action. She ran at this dog with no fear, latched onto the dog's face, and it's again farmyard, and they came running out, and they were like, get the dog. So they picked
Excuse me. I had a sneeze.
Well, don't let it happen again.
I'm sorry.
They picked the dog up, and the cat came with the dog because she was latched on. So they finally prized this cat off this dog, and they put the dog somewhere safe. Phoned the owners because it had a tag, and they were like, your dog ran into our garden and went for one of our cats, and and the owner was really apologetic, and they were like, oh no, the cat is fine, the dog needs urgent medical attention, so can you please come and get your dog and take it to a vet, because the dog was like, you know, had been mauled by this cat. And that's why she's called Battle Cat.
But how many cats do you think you've touched?
I don't know, hundreds of damn things.
We'll go to the nearest 5. Estimate. I went 50.
100 then.
100, okay.
Lots and lots of cats I've encountered in my life. You gotta remember I went abroad a lot growing up. So.
Yes. And the final question of that, I like the idea that when you die, you see a stats readout like GTA Vice City. It says cats, floofs petted, itemised by cats and dogs, and there's a number there. I like that. That's cool. An idea. I'll design a UI for it. Final question of the night comes from David Strathy, my skipper in OQL. Ben, how do you balance everything you do and make sure you don't burn out, especially the Twitch stuff and all the behind-the-scenes work? Just sort of get on with it. No, okay, I'll give a slightly better.
That's a rubbish answer.
I'll give a better answer.
Demand your money back.
Okay, so compartmentalizing time is a really useful thing to have, and this is something that we have had not quite come to blows over, but we've had really intense conversations about when we've said we want to take on, both of us here, we want to take on something else, but also by the same token, sometimes in the same conversation, I feel I don't have time to do X, Y, and Z. So obviously I have a broadly 9-ish to 5-ish, Monday-ish to Friday-ish sort of job. The ish is all asterisks. Yours is very much 9 to 5:30, Monday to Friday. And then there's you have to decide what is important. What do you want to do? And we are in a position that we are. The jobs that we do and the income that we have keeps a roof over our head and keeps our regular outgoings at bay and so forth. So that I do recognise that we're not, that's not necessarily the norm in 2024 for everybody, and that people need to keep side jobs at the weekend because of cost of living or because they're running a household on their own, and I do appreciate that. So, but. I think the way I do it, particularly with the Twitch stuff, is that I will not. I take time away from doing Twitch stuff, and this is something that I haven't always done, and Megs will testify to this. There was a time before I was employed, I would spend 50, 60 hours a week doing stuff related to stream. Either be it streaming itself or prepping questions or developing software or whatever it was. I would do a huge amount of stuff. And because my streaming life never really crossed over with my musician life, because my streaming life came into its own during the pandemic, and then after the pandemic I never really went back to the lifestyle I had from a musician point of view pre-pandemic. There's always been time available to do stuff. Since I started a job, since I got started with KPX last year, I've had to be much more careful about where I'm allocating my time, because whereas previously I might have spent a day working on some software or doing some stuff for Twitch stuff, knowing I've got the evening free to do stuff with the family, I can't do that anymore. So a sort of typical week for me might look like a 9 to 5, Monday to Friday. I'm working on work stuff. And then evenings, there'll be different stuff that happens. So on Monday, for example, Megs goes and does two classes at the gym, and I run a choir. So, and that's one of the evenings that Dylan will cook for everybody, and then we'll all eat when we get back together. So I don't do any game stuff on a Monday. I might sneak half an hour in at lunchtime, because Monday's also a day when Megs is in the office, whereas Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday she works from home. So Tuesday, lunchtime, we might go and walk the dogs. We might go and play pool. We might do something really innocuous like fold laundry,
or we just have lunch together,
or we'll just have we'll have a sandwich or something. So we've made sure that we've got time for us at lunchtime, so that come the evening when you're out at the gym on a Tuesday evening. Not on a Tuesday?
You cook on.
I cook on a Tuesday. So Tuesday tends to be a free evening. Wednesday night I do OQL, and you have.
Sometimes I go
Fortis.
to the gym. Sometimes I stay in, and it's a night with Dylan. It depends on if what patterns are everyone has, or how tired I am.
Thursday you've got your class that you run. Thursday tends to be a night where I pick up game night stuff, because Dylan doesn't get back to about 5:30. Oh no, you come back together, don't you? Because
I go pick him up.
You pick him up. No, Thursday Dylan has CCF. So Thursday you go to Katie Roo on Thursday night. So Megs is out from about 6:30 till about quarter to 9.
By the way,
it's a rebound class that Megs runs on a Thursday.
I have a rebound class.
You do?
It's a rebound boot class.
Class.
A rebound class is like, yes, I coach people through their rebounds when they realise they've made a terrible mistake and they're just missing their head.
So that Thursday is often a night I will do stuff on stream. Friday, occasionally I will pull a late one and I'll stay up till 1 a.m. You'll go to bed at about half 10, 11, and I will stay up till about 1 and I'll do game night stuff on a Friday.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, so Saturday morning, generally,
Saturday you're
because
at the
you've
gym.
stayed late and I've gone to bed early, that means that generally
Generally,
speaking,
I
go
will
out
sleep
before everyone's
in,
awake.
you go up, yeah.
Today was an exception.
It was
And
weird. We were up at like 6:30 this morning.
We
It
had
was
a
really
nice,
weird.
We had really nice
We had
breakfast
breakfast.
together. It
I
was
went
lovely.
to the neighbour. I went over to the neighbours to get my MIDI interface for the piano back. And I
Before
came back
I cycled
before you
out.
went to the gym,
Yeah,
and I was
before I
at the
cycled.
computer. I've been at the computer for half an hour, and it was like 9:15. I thought, what the fuck's going on? So yeah, but generally Saturday morning, Megs will go to the gym until sort of 12 o'clock. So Saturday morning tends to be my stream prep time, which it often is half 11ish.
My sister, I guess, but yeah.
But yeah, so Saturday morning ends up being question prep and stream prep. Get the software ready. If there's anything else that needs proofing, pick it up then. Yeah, and then Sunday afternoon is the sort of free for all. So last Sunday I did a Cryptex dev stream in Ash's server, and that was
I went for a
fun.
walk with my mate, didn't I?
And you went out, you went out with the Don, didn't you?
Don.
So that's a sort of typical-ish sort of week, and obviously every week is different, but it's about finding the time to do everything that you want to do and recognizing that if you're going to pick something else up, that you will need to make time for that somewhere. And I'm very aware of this because there's I don't want to say too much. I'm not leaving my job, but there's a little side hustle. A little extra sort of side job, which is maybe a couple of hours a week. That an opportunity that has arisen that I'm exploring at the moment, and it's a conversation we had the other night. I said, if this is something that happens as a little side hustle of a couple of evenings, every other month, or every other month, just a couple of evenings. Is this something that I can manage? Is this something that fits into my schedule with everything else that I've got? And you have to sort of look at it and think, yeah, that's probably something that would fit in, and it becomes a little bit, asinine and spreadsheet and data pushing around. But at the bottom of it is. If I was still running 3 streams a week, and if I was still developing new software, I feel quite confident I probably would have burnt out at this point. But because I've got to a point with the software that we're doing, the games that we're playing are all games that have been proven and established, and anything new that comes out is a remake of something old, which is just a better version of something that's already been established. So I don't have to spend time working out the rules, working out the format. It's just a coding thing, and that just becomes a numbers problem effectively. So the long and short of it is I don't with stream stuff, there's still a bit that goes into it, and the management of making sure there's question packs for everything a season in advance, and making sure there's proof is there, and all the rest of it. That is still a thing, and I've got allocated times where I look into that. And hey, if it's a week where there's a lot of packs and there's no proofers available, then it might be Thursday night and Saturday morning I end up doing proofing stuff. When would I rather be rethinking about trying to restyle Data Leak? Yes, but at the end of the day, the stream on the Saturday is the key moment. So you've got to make sure that's right. And as I'm ever grateful to everybody who does contribute to make things work. But in terms of having a good balance between it, it's, I think you cut your suit according to your cloth, and there are only so many hours in the day. There are only so many things you can do, and when you get into a routine where you've got things where I've got a choir that I run on Monday that I've been running for 6 or 7 years, and I've got a choir on Friday that I've been running for the last 8 years, and I've got a church job on a Sunday morning with occasional weddings. I had a wedding this afternoon that I went to. Would anyone have known that, other than the fact that I'm wearing a shirt, and because I changed out of my suit but didn't take the shirt off? That was something I did this afternoon. That's another side hustle that comes with the church job, but it fits into the schedule. So I popped out at 12:15, and I was back at about 2:15. Popped out for a couple of hours to go play at a wedding, and that's another gig that's done. So you find things, and I recognise again. I'm I don't want to sound like I'm sat in an ivory tower and unaware of it, but I'm aware that I've got a certain number of things that are quite well established and they fit around the schedule, and I've sort of got the day job, as it were, which isn't always a 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. Say for example, I'm over in Caerphilly this week. I was up in Salford for something at the beginning of beginning of last month, and it's just part of the thing. But you work with it, you make it work, and so you've got a flexible position in that on paper you work from home on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and you're in the office on Monday and Friday. But the last couple of weeks that hasn't been the way it's worked out for various reasons. So. Yeah. I think does that answer the question? Because I've got no more requests on my list. I hope that answers the question, David. Really thought for us month, lots to think about. Marsh and I move. Yes, I saw on the Twitters you're moving in together. Congratulations. Curious how you balanced it. Thank you, Ben. Basically, yeah, give each other time and space to do what you need to do.
I know,
do you want to hear from a Y chromosome? No, you've got 2 X's, haven't you? You've heard enough from a Y chromosome. Hear from a measured, balanced X chromosomes.
I think, and it's gonna sound cliche, and I know couples say this all the time, but it is painfully true. You just have to keep communicating and talking to each other, and also, I think the other thing is you've got to realise that there is a certain level of sacrifice from your, partner as well, possibly, and it is a balancing act, and it's true. It's you take on a new hobby, that means that something else has got to go, and that's okay. We do all grow, we do all change, and we do all get interested in different things. And I mean, I used to do loads and loads and loads of art, like a lot. I was quite prolific, but
that's the point.
I just don't anymore, because like my interests have moved on from it. It's just not something that I want to do. Do you want to get the Dalmatian
No,
down?
if I take it off, it won't sit back up. The Dalmatian.
The Dalmatian, yeah, that's one
over my right ear.
I don't know if we've got any more.
No, that's the only one in here.
But
Zoe asked me on Friday, where did the zebra, because we were talking about the painting, she asked me where the zebra came from. I said, that's Meg's.
Yeah.
And she went and looked at it.
So I used to do a lot, and but I don't so much anymore, because my interests have moved on and grown. But it's just talking to each other and making sure you're happy doing what you're doing. I mean, you just got to do what makes you glad. But yes, I think communication is key, and making sure that you're still making time for the things that are priorities, because they matter. Making time to spend time with Dylan as he's growing up, and he needs a lot of help and support at the moment. He's going through, up, and he's becoming a human being. And I'm aware of the fact we've gone through our itinerary, and it's like we're never home, but it's not quite that clear cut. But also it's I don't know, it's a really, really big question. And
how do you manage it?
How do you manage it?
You just do. You just adult.
Sadly.
And you find a way, and some days you get it right, and some days you get it wrong.
I think the other thing to bear in mind, though, is that burnout it's horrible. I've gone through it. And it's very different from person to person. And it looks very different. And actually, I think one of the main things I will always sort of say to people who are worrying about it is, it's okay to take time for yourself. It's okay if you need recovery. And today, I think I had in fact, today is a great example.
Yeah,
I had a proper recovery day for me. So I for some reason got up really early. And actually we had a really nice breakfast together, and then I went to the gym. I went and did my usual sessions and classes there, and then I had a really long coffee with my sister for a long time, and she sort of through a lot. And then I came home, we had lunch together, and then went out for a big long walk with my mum, and I took Dexter, hence why Dexter is absolutely shattered. And I
have it me, because Megs was at the gym this morning. I'd set up stream this morning, and I sat and watched Star Wars stuff with Dylan this afternoon. You know, we watched Mandalorian and Star Wars Episode 1, and
I think you also sometimes you just have to pick up on what each other needs as well. Sometimes there are, you know, you just sort of drop things. It's like, okay, I will deal with this right now because clearly you need me to. So you know, the longer you are together, the longer you get to read each other.
And I think,
I think burnout is real.
I feel very fortunate that I don't think I've ever really suffered from burnout. Even when I was doing 3 streams a week, it never felt like I was getting burnout from it, because it's just something I follow. I think if it was my only pursuit, then I probably would. But because I figure I've got fingers in a number of different pies, as it were, I feel like if I'm getting sort of wound up with, doing 3 streams a week, I think if I put myself to a point where I was doing 3 streams a week, I would probably start to suffer a little more burnout. But where I'm only doing 1 a week, it sort of slightly keeps it at bay a bit, and because it's one part of a larger tapestry. So if I think I've got quite a lot that I need to worry about for stream this week, because I've got to proof 2 packs and I've got to do some work on Cryptex and I've got to fix the bugs in Crossfire. If I feel myself getting bogged down with that, you know, I've got a Trello board, I can throw it all up there, so I think that helps very much, visually being able to see the things that you've got to do. And then I think, you know what, I'm going to go run my choir rehearsal now, and I'm going to not worry about programming for the next couple of hours and just immerse myself in music. And likewise, when, you know, things get tough, like at church, well, not when things get tough, but when things get busy, like Easter weekend, for example, at church, where I'm there Thursday evening, Friday afternoon, Saturday evening, Sunday morning. You know, it becomes, and that's just at the precursor to wedding season, when I'm there every Saturday and as well as every Sunday. You know, it's something that comes a lot, but you know, you use a diary and recognise, that's here, and it's
planners are great. The other thing I will say is, and again, I think so. Without going into too much detail, I got diagnosed with anxiety a few years ago. And I've been spending a lot of time learning how to manage that, and still struggle. And I think out of the 2 of us, I'm far more tempestuous than you are.
I think that's fair.
But one of the things that I found that's really helpful, and I will impart this to anyone who's worried about burnout, or that they're doing too much, or that they just haven't got time, find something, be it reading a book, running, any kind of activity that you can do for, and I would say give yourself an hour. An hour is a good length of time. Find something that makes your brain stop. There's a reason why I use a sort of guillotine motion for that. Something that just means that you can't think about anything. Something that honestly just switches off that light. Which is why I do like running, and a lot of exercise is a big one for me. But running's perfect for this, and something my PT said is reading's really good. Something that just makes your brain just switch off, because you can't think about anything. You're not allowed, your brain's not doing that constant swirling around of all of the, you know, all the like, oh, I've got to do this, 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 I've got to do this. And oh, you remember that conversation you had 5 years ago where you said this to this person, and you know, you find something that just makes your brain just stop, absolutely stop dead, but just give yourself a good length of time, like I say, an hour, because you get exhausted by it, and actually it's okay to do that, because if anything, it means that you then shift back into a point where actually, I can deal with this again. But it's really important. I don't know if you've ever suffered from that, but I certainly have, and it's really, which is why I go running and do all the, it's like, yeah, it's a hard, I live with it, and still do, and it's never going to go away. I think my GP, when I spoke to him, really described it really well, which he was like, your fight and flight response has been kicked into 6th gear and it's never coming out. Which is why high intensity exercise stuff, which is what I do, is why I do it, because actually it means that like I'm literally flighting, like I'm running and I'm doing all of the really quick physical activity. That means that I'm literally burning that energy out, and then it means that I come back and I'm physically exhausted, which means that my mental energy is then able to go, oh, okay, we can now cope with this because we're shattered and we haven't got the time to do all of the bleh. We just do what we now need to do. That was a lot there, guys.
Yeah,
so
that's
sorry.
quite a thorough question.
Thank
but,
you for bearing with me while I gave that, but I think actually that's a deep question, burnout, because unless you've suffered from it, you can't really answer it, I don't feel.
Yeah, so I think Meg's is possibly better place to answer that question on how do you cope with not getting burnout, because it's not something I've ever really had. But I think if you want a nutshell answer, time management, compartmentalizing your time, recognizing what's important, and making sure you've got enough time in your week to do everything that you want to do. And yeah,
David, if you want a time to talk just one-on-one,
come over again.
Well, no, not even just come over. Just I'm happy to talk. You know, I'm happy to just discuss it with you and talk about some of the coping strategies that I've come up with, because it's taken years, and Ben can tell you, and I'm still not okay. It's taken a long time, and it's finding that. I think the best way I described it to somebody was like I went into my tool shed one day to get the tools that I needed to cope, and the shed was empty. I had nothing, and it was all gone, and I was like, and completely like, remember when I really was not well.
You have a tool shed?
A mental tool shed.
Oh, I see.
It's a visual. It's a way of visualizing the thing, and I've slowly had to rebuild and redevelop and redo. So yeah, honestly, Dave, if you want time to talk about it, I'm very happy to do it.
Less expensive mind power. I'm gonna bring things to a conclusion because there's dogs pouring at the door and time is getting on, and audiences are depleting, so people are gradually dropping away, and it is 12:30, and I have got to get up to church tomorrow. Can I say a massive thank you to Mrs. Flush for coming to join us? Mini Flush in absentia. Do you want to go and let?
I'll go and let the
just
dog in.
open the door briefly, and maybe we'll get a dog before the end of the night. Hello, Bear. Are you coming for a cuddle? Bear, do you want to see a dog before we go? Come on.
Of course, everyone wants to see a dog.
Everyone wants to see a Baniel. Hello. Oh, hello, my boy. I haven't seen you much today. You've been out running, haven't you?
Oh, he had such a... He was the best boy. You were the best boy. And he met a new wife today.
I loved her so much.
He did. We met a lovely working cocker lady. And she was absolutely stunning. And they fell in love at first sight. And the owner was like... I don't even think it was the owner. It was someone with the owner who was like, oh, could you stud with him? And it was like, oh, yeah, we could stud with him.
Do you want to just tilt the camera down slightly? Because it's...
You trust me to do
Just
Sorry, baby bear.
Got a little hinge at the back. Here it is. Oh, what a big yawn. Hello, boy.
Oh, yeah, he's got a harem shapes.
He's got harem.
He has got a harem. I have a new wife.
New wife. She is very delightful.
She's beautiful. I love her so much. I can't remember her name.
This is his voice, by the way. That's how he talks.
I can't remember her name, but
We're
it
mad dog
doesn't
owners.
matter. I don't need to know it.
Good set of dog teeth. You're a good boy, aren't you,
He's a
Bear?
very good boy. He was very tired. He loved the pub, though.
I bet he did.
Loved the pub.
He likes the pub.
That's like the pub.
Right, can you pop down just while I go say cheerio to everyone, Dex?
No!
Okay, go see Mambi. Go and see Mambi.
Okay.
There he goes.
There we go.
Right,
Oh, hi. Hi, Marsha.
we...
Dexter says hi.
Oh, crap. Oh, fuck. Not... Okay. I've just nudged my monitor down. Oh, fuck, I'm going to have to fix that later on. Okay, fine. I've knocked my monitor down.
It's not like you don't have other monitors.
Well, no, it's not that that's not the issue. I've knocked down the clamp at the back, which means I've leant too hard on it. It's fine. I'll worry about that tomorrow. This has been the Music Quiz Live and Ask Us Anything with Royal and Mrs. and Mini Flush. Thank you so much for staying with us till the end. This was all you're doing, by the way, this evening. Thank you to the money that you raised on the 400th episode. Hello, Pokenuts. Good time zone to you, just in time for the end. Welcome, welcome. See, that one's gone skew as well. That's
See, I enter the room and chaos happens. This is why I play the Chaos Space Marines in Warhammer. Because
is there any actual snooker on that snooker live stream for us to go and raid? No, it's an empty theatre. I thought that might be the case, so we're not going to go and raid over there. But it's been different. Definitely been different tonight. But it's been a lot of fun.
I've said that on disastrous days. Don't say it's been different.
I hope that you have enjoyed it. We are going to be back. Well, certainly I'm going to be back. Mrs. Flush may make a cameo. But next week we have got Cryptex by Dogfish. We have got Google That by Quizzle. Excuse me. And we have got the return of Steeplechase to end the night by Arun Aromatics. So Dogfish, Quizzle, and Arun. Brand new Cryptex software, of which I've made some changes to, and I must get the app up and running for next week because there are changes in the app that you will need for next week. Google That by Quizzle, one of only 2 appearances of Google That this season, and then Steeplechase by Arun. That is coming up next Saturday, the 27th of April. I do hope you can join us for that. Until then, you have got Bash on Wednesday. I know Bash is not streaming on Friday, but he'll be there on the Wednesday, so do go and give him a follow. And Bash, thanks for all your support this evening as well. And come to join us for the music quiz. It's been great to have you. Everybody else, thank you all so much for joining us. It's been a terrific evening, and I hope you've learned a bit about us as well. We will, well, keep saying we. I can't speak on behalf of Megs, but I will certainly be back next Saturday, 27th of April. Cryptex, Google That, and Steeplechase. Until then, you have been watching Game Night. I have been Royal Flush. You have been Mrs. Flush. And until next time, do take care. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Take care. Peace out.
Peace out, guys.
And good night.